who had to be muted or not muted and where. It's all part of the fun, isn't it? In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the air, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our actions and our decisions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation, for which we'll actually have an example later on in our agenda. Megwitch. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or other conflicts of interest? If anything comes up during our agenda, please raise a flag if you discover one. And we're going to start our meeting today with a deputation followed by a couple of delegations. Madam Clerk, are we ready to roll with our deputation from Kaitlyn Potts of the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation?
Yes, she's joining us now.
Ms. Potts, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Am I okay to share my screen?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, it's actually not letting me share the screen.
Now try.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. Great. Can you all see the screen okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning, and thank you again for having me today. My name is Kaitlyn Potts, and I'm an account manager within the Municipal and Stakeholder Relations Department at MPAC. And also here with me today is my regional manager, Lynn Cunningham. I'd like to first take a minute to congratulate all council members on your elections. I look forward to working with you throughout 2023 and beyond. Now, today's presentation will look at a high-level overview of MPAC and the property assessment system within Ontario, and it's intended as an introductory session. For those that are returning to council, it will be a great refresher. So at MPAC, we are Ontario's property assessment experts. Our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties across Ontario, worth a combined value of more than $3 trillion. Within the past year, Ontario has grown by approximately 45,000 new residential homes. And in 2022, that added on more than $37 billion to Ontario's assessment rolls. Every municipality uses our assessments to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of property taxes. Ontario's property tax system and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion in tax revenue annually. Now, there's 4 key players within Ontario's property assessment and taxation system. We first have the provincial government, who's responsible for setting assessment and taxation legislation, as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rate. There's also an independent body that adjudicates appeals of MPAC's assessed values. That's called the Assessment Review Board. At MPAC, we're an independent, not-for-profit corporation funded by all of Ontario municipalities. Our role is to accurately assess and classify all properties in Ontario in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set by the Government of Ontario. We are accountable through a board of directors appointed by the Minister of Finance. Municipalities determine budget requirements, they set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services. Municipalities will use MPAC's assessments and their established tax rates to distribute their tax requirements to ratepayers. And finally, the property owners, who pay the property tax bill and help set market value through ongoing property purchases and sales. So as you can imagine, maintaining Ontario's property database is extremely important. Property data is continuously updated so that municipal records are accurate when our municipal stakeholders are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's property database includes inspecting and assessing new construction, additions, and renovations, responding to property owner inquiries, and helping them understand their assessment. We also work with municipalities through ongoing support and regular meetings. And we offer a platform called Municipal Connect, where our municipal stakeholders can obtain assessment-related information within their municipality. And we work collaboratively on projects that are important to municipalities, like digital building permitting. We also have some important statutory duties, such as handling requests for reconsiderations when someone disagrees with their assessment, and maintaining people data by tracking school support for over 5.5 million properties across Ontario. Now, monitoring the market and assessing newly built and renovated properties are things that we do each day to keep our property data current. But we also periodically update every single property's assessment in Ontario based on the same legislated valuation date. Now, we call this an assessment update or a reassessment. The valuation date for the most recent assessment update, which took effect in 2017, was January 1st of 2016. And that's when we determined what every single property in Ontario could have reasonably sold for in its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Regular revaluation of properties ensures that assessments stay up to date, and similar properties of similar value within the same municipality pay similar property taxes. Provincial legislation determines when MPAC conducts each province-wide assessment update, and they also set the valuation date for each update cycle. The province-wide reassessment that was scheduled to occur in 2020 was postponed by the province to provide stability and certainty to Ontarians and to enable municipalities to focus on responding to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on a legislated valuation date of January 1st, 2016. And MPAC continues to maintain and update the assessment roll to reflect any changes that have occurred to properties such as new construction or improvements. And when it comes to new buildings or structures, MPAC determines a value as of January 1st, 2016, to ensure equity when comparing to existing properties. Ontario's property tax system is based on everyone paying their portion of what it costs to deliver community services. Now, to do this, all properties are assigned a value at a common valuation date, as noted in the previous slide. And this is a principle we call current value assessment, or CVA. It's the price a property might reasonably be expected to sell for if sold by a willing seller to a willing buyer after appropriate time and exposure on an open market. So let's talk now briefly about valuation and how properties are valued within Ontario. So there's the direct comparison approach, the income approach, and the cost approach. And your type of property will determine which type of approach is applied. So the direct comparison approach is where we analyze recent sales of comparable properties that were sold for a similar or identical use as that property to be valued. And this approach is commonly used with our residential properties. The income approach is the ability to earn revenue that's tied to the real estate and not the business that may be run out of that location. So in other words, it's not the revenue that's being generated by the Walmart, for example, but rather it's the income by way of rent that landlord can generate through the ability to lease that space to Walmart. And finally, we have the cost approach. Now, this approach is used when a property type is so unique and rarely sold in the open market. So we're not able to rely on either the direct comparison or the income approach to determine its current value. And that's due to lack of data. So we talked about how we value a property, but what draws our attention to a property? And it's typically one of the following things: a market sale, a request from a municipality or property owner to review the property, any building permit activity, or a request for reconsideration or an appeal. And when it comes to building permits and plans, MPAC's role is to turn those into assessment for a municipality. And our municipal stakeholders rely on MPAC assessments to levy property tax. Each year, MPAC processes on average about 300,000 building permits, and those would be for new development or any alterations or renovations to properties. We are the only organization with a data set of all building permits in Ontario. And our understanding of this data gives us a unique perspective on ways to modernize its collection and exchange to support our municipal partners. Now, after we've assessed a property or changed an assessment, we mail the property owner a property assessment notice. But sometimes the property owner doesn't agree with our assessed value, and they might connect with the municipality or council to let you know that they disagree with MPAC's assessment. But it is important to remember that property assessments are not taxation. And if you already get an inquiry from a property owner, you can help us by asking them a few simple questions. The first being, could they have sold their property on January 1st of 2016 for that assessed value? 2, have they visited About My Property to review the information MPAC has on file regarding their property? And 3, have they used About My Property to conduct a comparable research on assessment values within their area? And finally, if a property owner still disagrees with their assessment, they have the option to file a request for reconsideration, and we will review it free of charge. And the fastest way to start that review process is by filing that request for reconsideration directly on About My Property, which can be found on our mpac.ca website. Let's talk property taxes, and we can spend a moment here just to address the relationship between property taxes and assessment. Assessments distribute taxes, they don't determine the taxes paid. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor is not how much the assessed value of a property has changed, but rather how the assessed value has changed relative to the average change in that class, in that community. And this concept is explained in a recent MPAC toolkit that we shared out with municipalities and is also available on mpac.ca. So as I mentioned the toolkit, in anticipation for the next province-wide reassessment, we have implemented a strategy to address misconceptions about the relationship between assessed value and taxation, including resources for municipalities that will ensure when an announcement's made, we are ready to support you. This digital toolkit is available on mpac.ca, and it can help municipalities, including elected officials, mitigate misinformation and provide support and resources to educate and inform property owners. Within the toolkit, you can find a new video that's called How Your Property Taxes Are Calculated based on the assessed value of your home. And we'll take a moment right now just to watch this quick video. Now, if for some reason the audio does not work, if you wouldn't mind just letting me know.
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home, and every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by, and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first 2 homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home, and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes.
Great. So thanks again for having me here today. A big part of MPAC's commitment to service is to stay connected with our municipalities. So if not already, I would like to make sure you're subscribed to our In Touch newsletter, which is a monthly municipal e-newsletter, and that can be done directly on mpac.ca. And finally, as I wrap up, I just wanted to take a moment to share my contact information as your local account manager, as well as my regional manager, Lynn Cunningham's contact information. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to contact one of us and we'll do our best to answer those for you. Thank you again for having me today.
Ms. Potts, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I see we already have a couple of councillors who would like to ask you a couple of questions. We'll start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Ms. Potts, for the great slideshow and the information. I'm curious, do we happen to know when the next assessment's going to be? I know that we're 2 years overdue, and is there any idea as to when the next assessment may come?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that question. At this point in time, the provincial government has not yet made the announcement as to when the next province-wide reassessment will be, as well as what the cycles may look like. So once that announcement has been made, we will sure to come back and provide any information on what we're seeing within your municipality to have some meaningful conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you again for that presentation. I wanted to bridge back to the slide that you talked about, the 3 approaches to value. And I'm going to come up with an example. One of our residents came to us recently when we were talking about short-term rentals. And he said that his neighbor is generating $1 million worth of revenue a year in his property and paying no more taxes. And I was intrigued with your 3 models, the direct comparison, the income, and the cost model. And it would occur to me that perhaps the income model might be appropriate for a short-term rental. So if they're generating $1 million worth of revenue, presumably that is all rent, and that would be something to consider from a reassessment standpoint to assess that property in the way it's being used at a much higher rate. Could you offer a comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So short-term accommodations, just to go back, MPAC will classify and assess properties in accordance with the Assessment Act. Property classifications are determined through the OREG 28298. Typically, a single-family home, a residential home is used as a single-family dwelling. In this case, short-term accommodations are classified under the residential property class. If they were to have more than 6 bedrooms with food provided, then we'd get into more of the hotel classifications. Similarly with bed and breakfast, they're classified under the residential, unless otherwise they have the classifications to move up into that hotel classification. So I hope that answered your question. Just at this point in time, they are classified under residential property class.
So just as a follow-up, if I could, I understand, I think what you said. What my observation though is there are organizations, companies who are buying properties, clearly not for any residential use, only for commercial use to rent out. And I would wonder at what point in time will MPAC recognize that this is no longer a residential family unit, but in fact, an income generating property owned by a commercial entity where they are seeking to make monster dollars, which is very different from the community in which they are in. And
Councillor Hazelton, I think you're going a little beyond the scope of impact. I mean, we appreciate the question, but not the all the background. If Ms. Potts has anything to add, let's give her that opportunity.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, again, at this time, through the property classifications in the OREG, a short-term accommodation would again be under that residential property class, unless municipalities have any other capability or mechanisms to look into the short-term accommodations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, Ms. Boutier, did you want to jump in before I go to Councillor Cooper?
Yes, through your worship. I think to answer Councillor Hazelton's question, MPAC is has to follow the current legislation, which tells them how to assess properties. So if council has an appetite to move this kind of item forward, it would probably be a motion to lobby the provincial government to make changes in legislation. So we could discuss that if there was some kind of motion that would like to be put forward to the province.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. So just a couple of things. One is in the past when we've had presentations from MPAC, I've heard from your representatives that areas in a building, a residential building that may be classified as basement storage, for example, or a covered screened-in veranda is sometimes not considered to be a residential use other than for storage. But I've also heard from one of your representatives in the past that quite often areas like I've just described get converted into bedrooms. Especially when you do a second or third inspection of a new property 5 or 10 years out. Does that still remain the case? That's something I've heard over the years from MPAC. I wanted to understand if that's something that you're still experiencing, and so it's really not a 3-bedroom residence, it's a 4 or 5-bedroom residence. Can you comment on that, please, Kaitlyn or Lynn? Thank you, and thanks for your presentation again.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, if we are aware that there's an abasement apartment, we would definitely assess it that way through building permit information or information when we're out reviewing a property or inspecting a property, as well as conversations with your municipalities through the finance or building department as well. Lynn, I don't know if there's anything else you want to comment in addition to that.
Just one follow-up, and this is sort of a, just when I noticed your statistics at the beginning, it was fun for me, but there are 5.5 million residences in Ontario, is what you said. We have 5,500 in the township of Georgian Bay, which means that we are 1/100th of 1% of all of Ontario. We're massive. No, I'm kidding. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just comment briefly too, just through the mayor to you, Councillor. Areas that are basement storage continue to be basement storage. Basement area storage areas aren't included in the first or above ground living area of a residence, so wouldn't be included in the total square footage area. If a veranda or an enclosed porch would be to be converted, like you say, into living area, it would have to have some degree of change associated with it. So typically drywall, typically it would have to be heated as well. So like Kaitlyn mentioned, it would be something that we would typically catch through an inspection, through a reassessment, through a building permit that the owner would be taking out to do those renovated changes, to make changes to the structures of on the property.
So a point of clarification, if I may. You were talking about storage in a basement, and I understand that if a basement, the assumption is that the basement is underground, which isn't always the case, especially in Georgian Bay. Often our basements are exposed, or at least it's a walkout situation. So 50% of the lower level is not really a basement anymore. It's in my sort of view of basements, it's actually another floor that could have bedrooms in it, what happens then in terms of impact? Thank you.
Through the mayor out to the councillor, if I may, it's still considered if there's some degree underground to be a basement, but we would add a finish classification and measure the interior space that would be finished if there was basement areas associated.
All right. Well, thank you very much again for your presentation. It's appreciated. And on you go to the other 99.0999% of the homes in our province.
Thank you for having us today.
I don't know if I got quite the right number of nines in there, Councillor Cooper, but you know, your point is well taken. That we're a very small fraction of the total residences in this province.
Thank you, Mayor. And we think we're big stuff, just not big in numbers. Thank you.
All right. And we have a couple of delegations planned for this morning. And our first is from Ms. Queen Bee Louter on aerial spraying of pesticide petition. If you wouldn't mind coming forth and telling us what you would like us to know. By one of the mics, please.
Sorry, hi. So I have BTK pesticide here along with the safety data sheet. And I also have the safety data sheet from Valo Biosciences that presented last year. Maybe it could go around the other way. Sure. All right. There is a presentation with that, so. All right. So I did present in 2021, but this petition has changed a little bit. So it is petitioning against the unnecessary aerial spraying of pesticides within our township. So resulting in a ban, bylaw, or environmental consultation prior to a spray program either being conducted by the township or privately within the township. So in 2021, the petition was specifically against spraying BTK pesticide, aerial spraying of that. How do I use this? There we go. So who am I? Many of you know me as the Queen Bee for the Honeybee Festival. But I am a teacher. I am a volunteer firefighter. I'm now a trained psychometrist, and I am a local beekeeper. Also getting my certification to be a scuba diver. So I will be a steward of the bees, trees, and seas eventually. Get in everywhere. So the name of Honey Harbor actually came from honeybees. Research was conducted in the 1800s. Bees were shipped from Beaton, originally known as Beetown, Ontario. And studies were conducted on the islands of Georgian Bay because honeybees don't cross large bodies of water. And actually those studies are still being conducted today. So we're trying to encourage the township to provide environmentally and economically sustainable pest control options to our residents within the township that do not involve unnecessary aerial spray programs. And I believe the township already does that, but just prodding you a little bit more. So why am I here again? You guys already voted last year, and I'm aware of this, but my point is we are a bee city, that we share our lands with the biosphere, and we're historically known for beekeeping. My presentation in 2021 did not include the information from Zimmer Air Services or Mr. Nicholson. Even after trying to reach out to them, they didn't respond to me in time before my presentation. Why a petition against the aerial spraying of pesticides? So in 2022, the egg mass laying surveys that are put out by the government of Ontario predicted little to no infestations for last year, but the spray was still conducted last May and June. So they weren't necessary, and it's just adding additional pesticides, airborne, topical stuff to our environment that, if you read the safety data sheet, isn't necessarily safe. Why are bee populations declining? Well, we have pesticides as one of the major ones, pathogens, parasites, habitat loss, invasive species, genetic diversity, climate change, and in Canada, winters are pretty harsh on bees. So why not spray? Because they were very destructive, as we saw in 2021. I'm not saying not to spray entirely. I'm just saying to have a more proactive and informed approach prior to spraying so that it's not all gone to waste. So you're not wasting your money, you're not potentially endangering the environment when it's not necessary. How does BTK pesticide work? As mentioned in 2021, it is a stomach poison. And Mr. Nicholson also confirmed that in his presentation as well. So BTK needs to be used at a very specific time to affect the LDD moths specifically. So sources and opinions that were presented in the 2021 petition are still the same. In addition to that, now I do have the Toronto Star that put out an article last year. In that article, they suggest that municipalities work to develop spray blocks and be more considerate when conducting an aerial spray program. So these have not changed. The biosphere has also said not to spray around water, and they recommend more environmentally sensitive pest control options. So these I would consider to be reputable sources against the misuse of pesticides, and they all have an agreed consensus about aerial spray programs in that they're costly, financially and environmentally, are not overall effective, and do not eradicate an invasive species. They all suggest natural alternatives, and they all say BTK does not discriminate. So Danielle Hopt from Zimmer Air Services presented on January 10th, 2022. So over a year ago now. He's a helicopter pilot, and he talked about the accuracy of his spraying with the company within a half acre, that it's very diluted or concentrated, sorry. So 1.6 liters is used per acre only. He said that the dates, times, weather are recorded. He also talked about that it's very important when it's sprayed and that it should be done between early May and early June to impact the LDD moth specifically. He also said there's no environmental risk that it's organic and natural. I encourage you to look for the words organic and natural on the safety data sheets, and safe for the environment. And I just wanted to mention with that, he did say that after mid-June that it's not effective to spray. Does anyone know when the aerial spray program was done? June 11th and June 20th. I don't think that's early June, is my point. There's the agreement. There's a link at the very end of the presentation if you want to read it, but it does say to get a signed consent from your neighbor. I didn't sign anything. Okay, what else? Stephen Nicholson presented. He was referred to as a scientist many times. He didn't identify himself as a scientist, but I just wanted to let you know that he is not. He's actually an arborist. So just so you know that he was referred to as a scientist, but he's not technically a scientist. He does work for Valent Biosciences Corporation. He talked about BTK being a fermented product produced commercially. He agreed it was a stomach poison. It is a widely studied product, that's true, but that he's not allowed to call the product safe anymore. He mentioned it's the first time that he's heard a beekeeper challenge this, and that the information that I presented wasn't based in science. And he also talked about how BTK is sprinkled into the tops of beehives to prevent wax moths. After this presentation, I've never heard of that, so I contacted the Ontario Beekeeping Association. They said there were studies done in the early 1990s with BTK, and that no beekeeper uses BTK in their hives or around their equipment. He talked about the impacts on chickadees, that it doesn't impact the adult chickadees, but it does affect the young, but not to worry, they may bounce back the following year. He also referred to a study done on songbirds conducted in the USA. We live in Canada. And he mentioned that the World Health Organization says it's unlikely to produce hazards to humans. Councillor Jarvis mentioned a typo regarding adverse endotoxins in his presentation. He said that's a bad typo. I would say so. He said that Ontario parks do not like to use it in federal parks, which is true. They have been known to use it. They haven't used it with the latest outbreak. Many of his sources were pretty outdated, some of them going back to 1990, with the most recent from 2012. Mr. Nicholson was asked about the negative use of or negative impacts of BTK. So he says it kills caterpillars, so it's not selective which caterpillar it kills. Some people react to it. There's concerns with children and asthma, that immunocompromised people should just go to Tim Hortons during the application. And the only reason we're aerial spraying is to keep foliation on the trees. And if we could come up with a better way, we would, and that it only protects the upper canopy of the trees. After these presentations, an email is leaked and posted to social media, and I was harassed online. People were saying that I was spreading misinformation, but I wanted to mention like the sources of information that I was presenting, I think are reliable or reputable sources. Okay, so the BTK safety data sheets that I sent around, the main things I wanted to bring to your attention is it says avoid breathing the vapors. It also talks about inhalation. Remember, we're spraying this from the sky. Also, firefighting measures, I need to mention that. and the precautions here. So it says keep out of reach of children, may cause sensitization, causes eye irritation, avoid contact with skin, eyes, or clothing, avoid breathing dust or spray mist, wear a long sleeve shirt, long pants, waterproof gloves, shoes and socks, as well as goggles when handling or applying the product, and during all cleanup activities. Avoid direct application to ponds, lakes, and streams. So the biosphere said, do not spray around water. Do not contaminate water bodies with cleaning equipment or disposal of waste. Avoid application if rainfall is imminent. Do not apply by any type of irrigation system. So proactive versus reactive pest control. So if we look at the egg massling surveys and we think about when we're going to spray it, it can actually be beneficial, protect our trees and our forests. But the infestation had already happened the year prior, and then we sprayed. So that's a reactive approach and not beneficial. So this is a forecast that's put out by the government of Ontario. The Severn Sound Environmental Association provides the egg massling surveys to the government to conduct this map or this forecast. So they put this out prior to the 2021 season. Would you say this is accurate for what we saw? Yeah. Very accurate. The next year, last year. Accurate, right? This is for this year. So if we consult this free service that's presented by the government of Ontario, will we be saving money? How much was sprayed? How much money was used last year? $100,000 maybe? Maybe, at least. So what I'm trying to say is you don't need to spray this year. Anyway. So petition support, we have 170 signatures currently, and it has gone up a little bit. There's 2,124 local residents, so that's 8% of our permanent population. We, as a township, or I guess you guys as a township, hold a lot of opinions. And in 2022, you voted not to have an opinion on the aerial spray program because, or to allow people to privately organize, not that the township was spraying themselves. But we hold a lot of opinions here, and I put my dog there because he was obtained through animal control in this area. So just so many different opinions. And as a firefighter, even the foam suppressant products on our fire trucks are being changed to be more environmentally friendly. So why not have an opinion on stuff, chemicals being sprayed from the sky? Even if it's just to say, let us consult with the government of Ontario, let us consult with Severn Sound Environmental Association to see if it's even required this year or next year. Just to have an informed opinion. So we need your support. We need you to have an opinion as a township. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Council, any questions for Ms. Louter? Oh, okay. Councillor Cooper, please.
I'm gonna start. Wrong speaker. Can you hear me now? Yes, I'm gonna wave next time. So there we go. Just, yeah, a couple of questions, maybe an observation. So first of all, just from the maps that you've shown us, we can see that the infestations are very cyclical in nature, and there are long periods when there's very little problem, and then we have a lot of infestation in 1 year or maybe 2 years. So just an observation. Is that more or less your conclusion as well?
Yeah, so normally an outbreak or infestations every 7 to 8 years. So there was one in the 2000s. It wasn't as bad, like around 2012-ish. It wasn't as bad as it was this time, but they're always conducting those surveys and forecasts, so we can consult that.
So are there some people spraying then every year regardless of the 7-year cycle?
As far as I understand, no, because it is very expensive. So I find that it tends to be more like planned out. Yeah.
But reactive after something is already, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, I wanted just to get that clear. But the other thing I wanted to know is, have you got any sort of mapping as to where spraying was conducted?
No, I have not obtained that, no.
Is there a way to do that? I'm just curious from the perspective of looking at it from our point of view of the township of Georgian Bay. I'd be most interested to know where the spraying was done or
Yeah.
wasn't done.
So Zimmer Air did say, Daniel from last year said that they do record the weather, where it was sprayed, all of that information, how much they used. So you would have to contact them.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you, but I thought maybe that might be of interest to you too.
Yeah, it would be, but yeah.
Okay, so that would be information I think would be helpful to,
Mhm.
from the perspective of moving in a different direction, for example.
Yeah.
The other sort of observation I have, I'm not aware of any spraying that went on out in what I call coastal Georgian Bay, out north, especially of Moseley Island. Not aware of any that was out there, but it could have been. And that maybe is becoming more and more worrisome with respect to whether we should be spraying at all. So I hear that. One final question, it's not so much about spraying, but about you're the queen bee. So are there any particular flowers, plant life that bees like more than others? Or my observation is that as long as it's flowering, it seems that the bees for the most part are interested in just about anything they can get into and get some nectar or whatever. I've, for instance, seen a plant that's sort of a sedum type, which is called Autumn Joy, and they're absolutely covered with bees on my property where I have these Autumn Joys. And so can you comment about sort of attracting bees, just like we try and do with monarch butterflies? We try and make sure we have milkweed so that we're attracting and helping them. Can you comment? Thank you.
Bees really just go for whatever's in season. There's a little thing called no mow May, where you're not supposed to mow your lawn in May because it's such a critical time for honeybees to bring in pollen from dandelions and that sort of thing. So it really depends on what time of year. That I've seen them in maple trees, apple trees, everything. Whatever's flowering, whatever's producing. Yeah, they're into everything, and it changes the flavor of the honey depending on the time of year. Yeah, so.
Just one final
Yeah.
comment then is that so where I'm located out on Georgian Bay, it's mostly granite. And the only place that we have flowers are in crevices, and yet we have a ton of bees. So that's a good sign. That's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yes, where was I here? You note in your presentation that the SSEA does an egg mass laying survey, or they did one, they're doing one for this year, is that?
I know they've done one because they give that information to the government Ontario to do that big map for the whole province. They haven't sent it to me yet. They normally send out, it's normally beginning of March, so I wasn't able to obtain that yet directly from them, but theirs is more like focused on our specific area. So they have done it because the government has it already, but I haven't seen specifically our area yet.
Then I'll ask
Yeah.
our representative to the SSEA, Councillor Bocek, if he can obtain that information from them, because it'd be useful for us to have it before we make any future decisions. And for the most part, I'm in agreement with your request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I agree that I think we as council should review spraying applications and understand where and when spraying is occurring in our township. And not to take away from your presentation, I also understand that Ontario Hydro does spray periodically as well. I'm not sure if that's since been concluded or if they've stopped doing so, but if we were to review spraying, perhaps we can also look into that as well to mitigate all spraying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Louter, for your presentation. It is very interesting. And just a couple of questions about the maps that you provided, and I just really want to just get a little bit of understanding and clarity. So on the 2021 map, it's a LDD moth defoliation map.
Mhm.
And then the other two maps that you provided, one was for spongy moth, and I'm not sure if that's the same.
It's
moth.
the same, yeah.
And then I guess my question would be about the timing and the accuracy of the forecasts on the map. And that would be, I think, important for us to understand what the ability to determine whether or not spraying was, useful or beneficial or not. So if it's an inaccurate forecast in March or April and you have to spray between April and June, it would be hard to make a decision quickly to spray if that was something that was going to be decided to be necessary. So do you know how these maps are developed and how accurate they are as we go through the season?
Yeah, so the egg masses are calculated actually in the fall. So it's done the previous year. So they look to see how many eggs, and then they also need to forecast in the weather for the next year. So a lot of moisture naturally produces BTK in the soil and leaves. So this year we've gotten a lot of snow. So that's why also, in addition to the egg masses being counted in the fall, the weather is calculated, so they know that naturally producing BTK in our environment will also counteract with that. So by those maps though, like it is pretty accurate. Last year I didn't see a lot at all. We did the burlap around all of our trees and there was barely anything. But the year before that, it was awful.
Yeah, I think everybody's assessment was 2021. Was
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, they're pretty accurate and they're taken from multiple sources. So it's, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Oh, you already had your hand raised.
You mind if I make one other comment?
We'll allow that.
Thank you, with your indulgence. I'm looking at maps and I'm curious whether the argument has been brought forth, so far as you know, that the spraying that was done in 2021, because that's when it was, we had spraying in 2021, correct?
2022.
Oh, it was 2022. Okay.
Mhm.
I just wanted that clarification then. Okay, thanks.
Not seeing any other hands raised at this point. I'm going to say thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. I believe next on our list is Mr. Christakos from SEGBAY Chamber of Commerce.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, but everybody thinks that you're Miss Reimer.
Yeah, this is my
You got caught
my
in that.
alter ego. This is a problem with our SEGBAY version of Zoom. It's set up under Sarah's name. We haven't found the place where you go in the bowels of the settings to change it to other names. But my name is Arthur Christakos. On our delegation today is Elisa Buck, the new SEGBAY manager, and Ron Breckbill, president of the Georgian Bay Historical Society. And what we'd like to do is, first of all, thank you for the time. Thank the council for taking a few moments for us to talk about where we're at, and in particular, the issue of our domicile, the Bressette House, and the Heritage Park. I see Lisa there as Ron. Yeah, Lisa and Ron, I see them both there. So my intention would be to use the first few minutes to discuss the Chamber of Commerce point of view, and then to include Ron Breckbill for some historical society commentary, which are completely interrelated. First of all, I'd like to just say thank you to the township for letting the Chamber of Commerce use the premises at a very reduced rate. We don't pay much for it, and we do appreciate the services that were provided. In particular, I want to thank Brad Sokach for recognizing the highly increased use of the facility, and that we're keeping regular office hours now, and for making sure that the property is well plowed and we do have access to build. So we do very much appreciate that, as we are using the building in a different way than it has been used in the past, which is we're trying to maximize the use of the facility that's available to us. We have several things that we'd like to explore with the township as the owner of the property. And what we'd like to discuss is in the form of 4 slides, which I only intended to go through the first slide. And I believe, is that something the township could put up at this point? Thank you very much. So there's three main topics that I'd like to touch on. I'm not going to delve into each one of them. Firstly, on the education, that is a new facility that we're adding to the Chamber of Commerce offering to members, and to seek and attract new members. So we have reconfigured our technical capabilities in the Bressette House so that we can now have proper Zoom calls. We can entertain events, webinars, and guest speakers, and we can also extend ourselves to charge for education in some cases, and in other cases provide educational opportunities to the community and to membership for no charge. I have been in discussion with the TGB library regarding cross-programming and e-learning functionality, and I currently owe them a series of programming that we hope to provide through the library that would generally be business and adult education in relation to promoting tourism and growing your business through marketing and tourism. The infrastructure is what we're really here to talk about. There's a lot of uncertainty, certainly in my mind anyways, there's uncertainty about the recent history of the Bressette House. I wanted to bring you up to speed on the current use, and then there's the future use of that to maximize that facility. I understand that this is a 30-year historical asset. It's gone through several versions and generations of use and support, and it was not, because of COVID, primarily used much in the last 2 years. I became president of the chamber in November, and since then we have a renewed board, which is now up to 11, and we are seeking to reestablish our membership and so forth, which means that the building is getting used a lot now by several member groups, etc. So there's four to six things we could talk about. I'm going to limit it to just a couple I want to spend a few minutes on. One is refreshing the interior, the paint, the wallpaper, the door locks, and some other things. Probably not a secret that it has not received much maintenance in that regard for a long time. And so we'd like to put that forward. I'm going to put a number to it just for argument's sake. It's a short-term ask for $2,500 for that item. I don't expect answers today, but just putting it forward that there is some maintenance required to replace the wallpaper that's peeling off in the bathroom and so forth. There's lots of little things that go to it. The second one is to rehabilitate the exterior to presentable condition. The main issues are the decks. Money was used by the Historical Society for painting the outside of the house, I believe in 2021. But there is quite a bit of concern about the decking and the porches around the building. I'm going to leave that to Ron for just a few minutes from now. But there was a good conversation on Friday between the township and the Historical Society regarding the type of decking that would be permitted to be either removed or replaced, and then the discussion on how it would be funded. So SEGBAY will not be asking or mentioning any amounts at this point. The third one, is to stabilize the second floor. As we all know, we're not in the second floor anymore. We were asked to move down to the first floor, and our lease for the second floor was changed accordingly to the first floor. We would like to see that opened again with our ability to further extend the use of the building. And we are aware of the fire and building code issues and relative costing that has been assessed for that effort. We do think between the Historical Society and ourselves that if a contractor was brought in to look at that, in addition to the 3 architectural opinions that were gained by the township in the past years, we could establish what really needs to be done in order to stabilize the second floor and make it available. So that would be more of a longer term thing, but the initial point would be to try and work with a qualified construction company to advise what they think would be required. The fourth one is the public washrooms on the south side. They are closed, haven't been used, I'm not sure in how many years. Maybe Brad or Ron could talk to that. But a motorcycle went through the fence from the Petrocan up top down into the bottom. And there's deck damage and property damage, which there is an insurance claim. And the money from that claim has not yet been advised or whatnot, but that would reside with the township, which hopefully would be used to help rehabilitate the decks and the porch. The one that we're really excited about that we'd like to put forward would be to construct a public stairway from the Petrocan down to the Bressette house to further promote tourism, enable the people that want to come down and walk their dogs and so forth, but to really give them an easy access to the Bressette house where we're keeping regular business hours now. And we can do a lot more to promote tourism, which I think is a mutual interest of both the chamber and the township. And in this particular item, for no other reason than to pick a number that we think is reasonable, we're putting forward a request to champion the spending of $7,500 of the township's money, in addition to what the Historical Society has in treasury and may be willing to contribute towards the creation of a public stairway, of course, that meets code and has permission from the Petrocan owners and so forth. But it seems like a very nice logical step for us to enable what's already going on a regular basis and make it very formal. It would include signage so that people in the parking lot up top would understand that the tourism and the Chamber of Commerce is right beside them. And we have an idea to construct a dog park as well, but that's a longer term thing. We're just floating that one today, and we're not proposing that there be any funding for that at this time. So the other opportunity for the stairway, which would justify it, or 2 stairways, which would be the Tesla parking lot, seems to be getting a lot of use right now. We have not figured out how to monetize the Tesla waiting room, I'll call it for the time being, but there's going to be a lot of people sitting around in the summer in their electric cars looking for something to do. So that's another idea that we're looking to have. And then lastly, just to try and get back to the original purpose of the Bressette House being moved and the creation of the Heritage Park. The Chamber of Commerce sees it as a very focal point for the community. We agree with the Historical Society on this point, and we would love to be the champions of bringing back a lot more focus and energy and utility to that area, including across the street at the Port Severn Park. One of the ideas that was related to that was to create walking paths between all the township assets, the Heritage Park, and the Port Severn Park, so that we can give tourism and local residents a nice package, which they could easily be navigated as they would move across those various township assets. And I'd like to give you at this point just a little bit more about SEGBAY itself, because I know there has been questions asked of me regarding where's SEGBAY at financially. So I'd like to just touch on a few points on where we're at. First of all, we have lost a few members over the COVID period, and we've lost some advertising and revenue dollars. I assume that won't come as a big surprise to anyone. We have set ourselves up with a budget this year that is about a minus $14,000 at the end. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. We did include on that the request we made of the township for $5,000 of funding, but somehow we missed the submission date, and that $5,000 is no longer available to us. So we are budgeting to be minus $19,000 this year. We do have grant money left over from 2021. We did not ask for money in 2021 for 2022 because we had grant money related to SERB. That money will now not cover entirely our shortfall, and we will have no reserves at the end of this year if we can't raise more revenue and funding. What have we done to mitigate our problems? We have, first of all, the accounts receivable got a little bit out of control 2 years ago, and we took it back from the service that we were paying for our accounts receivable function. And internally, we have reduced that to what's outstanding now, which is a normal amount of about $2,000. It's not, and most of that we expect to get back as we continue to work with the people that owe us that money. So accounts receivable is in control, and we're on top of that. We also have 2 sign boards we would like to add to various communities, one in Coldwater. We're working with Dan Jansen, councillor there, plus the BIA. We're also going to explore putting one in MacTier. And then the ad revenue from those would obviously increase our top line revenue. And we would use, if hopefully there's any money left over from the grant, we would use that money to fund the making and then placement of the signs. Our directory ads are going up in price, and we have already received a pretty good reaction from people. So we expect to receive more money revenue from the ads. Our next event is the maps that we produce. And then we have a membership. And as an incoming president, I did find our memberships were approximately half of the value of all other chambers around us. Somehow we have, I think, been nice guys, and we haven't raised our rates in 4 years. And we thought we were doing the right thing, and now we find that we've got a completely undervalued membership. So there is a new one going out this month, which will increase, if everyone stays on board, will increase our revenue as well. And we have finder's fee option, which we use from selling group insurance, which is a normal chamber revenue item. We do not take advantage of that the way we should. So that's another one that we're doing. Another source of revenue should have been Muskoka Tourism. We do not receive anything from Muskoka Tourism. I don't believe the township does either. And we raised this at a previous meeting, and we understand that there's going to be a follow-up on seeing if some of the Muskoka Tourism money that is generated by the township of Georgian Bay could be returned to it and then used in the pursuit of tourism and the chamber. And at this time, I just wanted to say thank you very much again. We are recovering in many different ways, and we can achieve a balanced budget if all of these things come to pass that we say are going to happen. So it's kind of a salesman's forecast. We have to make it happen. And when we do that, we should be back to a balanced budget. Our memberships should be market priced. Our signage should be largely increased. And we should be a much more viable force in the community on behalf of not only the business members that are part of Southeast Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce, but also the Township of Georgian Bay. So we are offering to be a champion to oversee pursuit of proper spending of the $7,500 for the stairway and for $2,500 for improving the interior. And I am personally committed to providing that champion role on behalf of the Chamber and in partnership with the Georgian Bay Historical Society and the Georgian Bay Building Department, Fire Department, whoever's there. That's our commitment to going forward. And this time, if I could turn it over to Ron Breckville for his comments.
Mr. Breckville, just a quick reminder, Mr. Christakos took more than his allocated time. So if I can encourage you to be brief, I know you have enough stories to go on until past lunchtime, but I'd like to encourage you to be brief, please.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a positive approach to me. And I will be brief. You know, many of you know me from coming to the council on multiple occasions for some funds to do things, and also our involvement with the Milne Cabin, which was a township initiative. And we're very proud of what we've done over there. And now with the Chamber taking much more of an interest, we support everything that they really are proposing. And we're very enthusiastic. We've always wanted the park to be more available to the residents, to the cottagers, and to tourists in this area. That whole concept, that was the original intent. We do have some money in our treasury, and as many of you know who have been on council in the last term, you know, we want to spend it on pathways and certainly assist in access to the Petrocan. And there's a lot of things that the Chamber's doing now we're very enthusiastic about. And I will keep it brief. We just support them. We're happy for their support. We hope you will continue to support it. I think this historic group of buildings in the park is a good asset, a great asset to our township, and we hope that the council will continue to support it in that way. Is that brief enough for you?
I'm quite impressed, more than impressed.
I know.
But I'm hesitant to give you more time. However, I'm going to give council a chance to ask questions of either. You know, I'm going to start with Councillor Bochek, please, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just more of a comment than a question for the panel here. For decades, both Arthur and Ron have done very selfless work in our township. They've always worked for what makes a better place to live and do business in the township of Georgian Bay. And I think it needs to be recognized. We have a lot of groups that are self-serving with a lot of agendas that aren't meant for the masses. And so again, I commend these two at the work and the time that they put in to make this township a better place for our residents and for people to do business. So I certainly look forward to supporting you both, the Historical Society and the Chamber of Commerce, moving forward, and wish you the best. And I'd like to see it get back to a place where we have community events or you know, musical concerts, band shell type of thing. We need to draw the community together and work together. So thanks for the work you do, guys, and you have my support as always.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Arthur and Ron. I'll try and be as short as Ron, but I'm not sure if I can. But just a few things. To understand the mandate of SEGBAY, Arthur, as I understand it, SEGBAY, the Chamber of Commerce, is basically a business marketing organization. And I realize there's community activities, et cetera, but if I'm a business in the township of Georgian Bay, I'm going to rely partially on the Chamber of Commerce, SEGBAY, to market through your marketing brochure, et cetera. And I raise this because there certainly are other ways to market for businesses, including web marketing, and I could go on and on about billboards and you name it, local newspapers, radios, et cetera. But it would be all part of my marketing budget to be part of SEGBAY. And I understand from your comments that the membership fee was, as you've discovered now, is lower than it should have been, and it's unfortunate. Just some comments about the organization generally, but I have some more specific things. The sort of thought on helping with tourism. I think it's important to point out that I used to sit on the board of Muskoka Tourism, for example, and I was around for the number of years it took to come to grips with bricks and mortar versus web marketing. And finally, Muskoka Tourism came around to realize that bricks and mortar on Highway 11 just wasn't working. It was great for people driving by to have a washroom to use, but 98% of the people visiting were doing just that and not really, they were going online for marketing. So I think we've seen that web marketing is the future. And so bricks and mortar, I'm sorry, are not high on at the spending front, shall we say, of any particular business or any marketing organization like Muskoka Tourism. They decided in their wisdom, and I think rightly so, to build a kiosk in the Petro-Canada, and that's where tourism brochures are available, and there's lots of traffic. These are sort of some of the comments I wanted to make, and if you want to respond, fine, but I'm just suggesting that these are some of the lessons that we've learned over the years about this organization and frankly, marketing.
May I respond?
You may.
Thank you. Yes, digital marketing is a new focus for the Chamber of Commerce. We have a very powerful web interface that is available to all members. It comes with them in their basic membership. The interface has not been used to its full extent. So members are going to be reinitiated into that website and their ability to use the digital marketing tools that are within that. We have a public-facing calendar that now includes all of the events in TGB, all of the events in Severn Township, and all of the local events. So there is one place that you can go now, and we will be asking and having an information campaign to get the members and the residents to go to our calendar for a complete picture of what's available in the township region. If you can imagine, I've gone to all of the websites and they all represent their own interests, but nothing tells everybody what's going on everywhere. If you go to Google, for example, say events happening in Georgian Bay or Township of Georgian Bay, you get the township website. So we have taken on one of our awareness strategies is to populate a calendar that everybody can take advantage of. We have converted most of our things, and I don't have an issue, but maybe if I bring this to you can see that we have converted everything to QR codes. We are now looking at a new map format that is going to be digital and paper. So we are trying to embrace the digital world, much as you just said, how the reasons for it, the benefits for it. The bricks and mortar, I think, is just, we need a home base. And we're happy with that home base, but most of our work is going to be online at this point. And I don't know if you're on any of our feeds, but since Lisa joined January the 1st, we now reshare all of the Facebook and most of the Twitter postings that go out that are related to digital marketing for members and businesses and townships in our area. So we don't need more money for that. That's why I didn't bring it up, because we're already paying for the website. The members pay for it through us. And you're going to see a tremendous new digital experience when you deal with the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So just going back to the Bressette House for a few moments, I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if they're best answered by Ms. Bouthelette, who's not online right now, but I'm going to have to pass it off to Mr. Mariotti and maybe Mr. Zochek as well. First of all, is this the Bressette House is an asset and facility of the township, so we've incorporated it into our capital plan. So does anybody have an idea of what kind of reserve might be available or is available for maintenance on that in the current year or 2 years? So we could save that question for when Julie's around.
There she's here.
Oh, there she is. She wasn't on the list of attendees a minute ago.
Ms. Boutier. We can't hear you, I'm afraid.
Let's try this. How's that?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, so we do have operating funds, which are not in our capital budget nor reserves, annually of about $5,000 for the Bressette House. And our repair maintenance budgets are flexible between facilities. So for example, if there's nothing required to be done in year for the admin building, we can transfer the money that's softly earmarked for the admin building to another building if we need to do something else in another building. As for capital reserves, our capital reserves are not divided per facility. They are general so that we could draw from those reserves specifically. And there is a reserve for operations, which is all of fleet, all of equipment, all the parks, and also all of the facilities together. And I'm pulling up that amount as we speak. Give me one moment.
And how these are allocated would come up in a conversation, I'm sure. While you're bringing that up, the second half of the question, though, is about the status of the motorcycle claim. Is that ongoing or resolved?
Through the mayor, I can speak to that. The estimate for the repair is around $8,000, which is below our deductible. So we are now directly pursuing the amount through the insurance company, the motorcycle owner, and we'll see where that goes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Boutier, have you found that number? Or do
I
you
did
want
find a general number, but it also involves fire department reserve. So I'm trying to find the exact split. If you give me just one more moment, I should have that for you.
Sure. And the last part of my question then would probably go back to Arthur or Ron, and that is, you know, when you're looking at the second floor and the stability of the second floor, and you're talking about bringing members of the public into that facility, has a accessibility assessment been done in that building? Do you know what might be required to make it accessible for the members of the public to enter?
And if I can speak to that, because Brad and I were present with all three architects, and I think Brad will agree with me that we had three pretty different viewpoints of what needed to be done. Some were what I would consider to the extreme, and others were not. One architect suggested that in terms of upstairs, just capacity was the big problem. If a capacity were decided upon, that it could perhaps be continued to be used. Accessibility, you know, my understanding of it was that if it was something used for specific purposes where accessibility wasn't required, that if there was a general meeting to be held, there were other facilities within the township that are accessible, that meeting could be moved to, so that was an issue that could be further examined. The downstairs is accessible with the exception of the public washrooms, which is a separate issue, but we didn't really discuss the washrooms that thoroughly.
Okay, thank you.
First, I'll go to Ms. Boutiette, then Mr. Christakos before going to Councillor Graziano. Ms. Boutiette, have you got a number for us?
Through your worship, the number that we have in our operations reserves is $2.7 million. And just as a friendly reminder, our replacement cost of all our facilities, just facilities, is over 21 million. So just want to put that into perspective, because 2.7 might seem like it's a big number, but it's not very huge compared to our facility overall replacement cost of over 21 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Christakos.
Just quickly on the use of the house, public access is a secondary request. The primary use of the upper floor would be for member and chamber use. It's a much better space for meetings. We are now going to have 12 directors, a manager, and maybe 1 or 2 guests, and the capacity downstairs does not permit that. So the public access would be a second phase.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to take a moment to echo Councillor Bocek's comments with respect to extending my thanks for the efforts that Arthur and Ron have invested in our communities. I don't have any questions, rather just a simple comment. In future, should we do anything, I would love to see our local communities, specifically Port Severn, Oak Bay, and Wildwood, included on any additions to the areas and or any usage of any dog parks that perhaps may arise in the future. So just a general comment. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick observation. I'm the council member that has a non-voting position on the board of SEGBAY, and I was on that board in last term as well. I am very encouraged by the new membership of the board and the enthusiasm that everybody there seems to show. And I appreciate Arthur's work in spearheading all this effort with regards to Bressette House, which we have been trying to figure out what to do with as a community for a while now. And I think Ron will agree with me. It's a lovely place. It has some significant history. That and the milling cabin are really interesting. I think it would be in our best interest to figure out a way to support both the Historical Society and SEGBAY in making the best use of that property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I think you took some of the words out of my mouth, so I won't repeat them other than to simply say, yes, the better use, the more use we can make of our assets, the better for everyone. Councillor Cooper. You.
Getting used to a new system here. Sorry about that. Yeah, just 2 additional points that I didn't raise. One is that, as I understood it from Brad, the cost to maintain this building is, he gave us an estimate, I think a few years ago, 2, 3, 4, that it was around $20,000 to look after this facility. And we collect $200 a month, which is $1,200 per year at the moment. Huge subsidy, in other words, for these organizations that we need to keep in mind. Is that still the case, Brad?
To the mayor, I think that's the correct ballpark.
I'm sorry, ballpark?
I believe that's the right ballpark.
Thank you. So that's sort of the ballpark. So I wanted to comment on that. And while I want to support our local businesses, I don't know that our ratepayers are in the business of supporting our local businesses. I think our ratepayers are in the business of maybe using our local businesses. And I think that's how we can best help them. And I would also like to point out, and maybe I've got this wrong, but I don't think so. I suggest that within the township of Georgian Bay, tourism brings in some revenue, but our main revenues for the businesses in other words, the business world in the township of Georgian Bay is marinas, number one, and construction, number two. And they're probably 60 or 70% of the business in our township. We have 19 marinas in Hunting Harbor alone. So I think it's important for us to remember those things. And also remember, we have a really big challenge this year with our budget. And I'm not sure that we can afford anything more. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to say thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation and the information. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you to all.
Thank you.
All right. That's the end of our deputations and delegations. And so next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And with, I think, half a dozen items in there. And I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of March 6, 2023 as circulated. Any comments? Councillor Hazelton. Councillor Cooper, is your hand still up from last round or is it this round? Okay. We'll start with Councillor Hazelton in your case.
I just prefer a couple of wording changes if I could. We
Certainly.
address that instead of pulling it.
Yes.
So on page 60 of the package, I don't know what.
That doesn't help me. What it talk?
5 of 19. I'm guessing under short-term rental policy.
Are you talking about a set of minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so what set of minutes are you talking?
Oh,
Are you talking
council.
about? Thank you.
It's the short-term rental.
Probably a typo, but the second last bullet, it says software systems available that lot STRs. I'm assuming that plot STRs, not a big deal on that one, but I wanted to focus on the last bullet on the next page where we ensure that no STRs on floating vessels. And given that wordings may be important, we keep talking about floating cottages, floating homes, and everybody's trying to make sure that we try to get these things delisted as vessels. And so I was thinking that we should be more clear, because I'm sure the conversation at the time was dealing with floating cottages. So I prefer to see the words floating cottage, floating home added to floating vessel. Not big, but just in the future, if somebody's reading it, I think it's important. Other than that, I'll step aside and stop.
Thank you. Those aren't complaints. Those are important observations, in my opinion. Do I change this to as amended, or do we still leave it as circular? Okay. Any other comments or questions with regards to the consent agenda? All those in favor? And the consent agenda is carried. Thank you very much. Do we have any open forum applications? No open forum. Then we go to the regular agenda. Okay, so we have a regular agenda. We have the regular agenda. And we have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda on March 6, 2023, as amended to include new item 12F, report 2023-42 for the Middleton subdivision security release. Any other amendments or changes? Councillor Graziano.
Your worship, I wonder whether it'd be prudent for us to, as we discussed, put item number E or 12E after the discussion on my bylaw amendment.
Yes. I don't know if we have to, you have to make the amendment when I change the order? No. So I've already made a note of that. I think that's an excellent idea and, but it's still on the agenda. Any other comments or questions? Then I'll call all those in favor. And the regular agenda has been approved as amended. All right. Before we go to communications from councillors and the mayor, and I'm going to go more or less in reverse order from last week, which means Councillor Jarvis, I'm starting with you, and I'm going to continue down that side of the table and then go to this side of the table afterwards.
Okay. We've had a lot of meetings. So from our last council, I guess, right? Okay, got it. Okay. I think I can figure this out. Committee of Adjustment has been moving ahead, which is good. What else have I been involved with SEGBAY board meetings, library board. Of course, our special meeting of council, and that's been about it. It seems busy because there have been constituent concerns about a number of things, and that's been taken care of as well in calls and via email, which is good. It's great to see people responding. I think we should have a proposed significant over budget request going through regulated, then constituents tend to take notice and call in, and you get reactions. It's kind of nice to have that part of it. People are paying attention, which is good. But of course, budget is a big issue for a lot of people right now. But that's other than Committee of Adjustment, Library Board and SEGBAY, it's got them pretty much as normal.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think similar to Councillor Jarvis, the Committee of Adjustment is up and running, and I think will be effective this year. The budget meeting, of course, we also had, and again, constituent concerns and calls went through the month. I also did attend the FOCA, the Federation of Ontario Cottagers Association AGM and conference on the weekend, and a couple of interesting items were on their agenda. Not the least of which is Bill 23 and how their environmental law consultant is seeing that piece of legislation. But they also had a couple of other interesting little points. One being that they, in Eastern Ontario, there's a campaign to get the lead out, which is removing lead fishing tackle and lead weights from our lakes, which can have the potential to poison ducks and loons and other wildlife that are in the lake. So from a social media, there's no opportunity for potentially our staff to follow up and piggyback on that type of a campaign for our environment. And the other interesting presentation that they had was to do with the Fire Smart program from the Ministry of Natural Resources, which I know Mr. Smith in the planning department has commented on a couple of recent applications that we've had coming forward, that people now have to respond to this assessment. And I think the most interesting thing for us to consider is that one of the objectives is to have a clearing of about 20 meters to the cottage of brush and ground cover and thinning of trees, which goes contrary to our naturalization of the water shore. So it might be something for a future discussion, but all around interesting conversations and time well spent.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor, a busy month. We had a lot of in-person meetings at the District of Muskoka, mainly to do with budget. I sit on the Health Services Committee. Our budget meeting was long, very informative, and it should be noted that the Township of Georgian Bay forwards a lot of our tax dollars towards the District of Muskoka to fund things like assisted living, homeless shelters, food banks, etc. A lot of things that our residents really can't take advantage of, yet we fund them. And the corridor of Huntsville, Bracebridge, and Gravenhurst get the use of all these funds. obviously, as the counselor at the District of Muskoka, I'm going to try and contour that and gain more leverage on our side of things. The CAPS budget also was approved at committee and brought forward to the main budget talks. Amongst it all, I was appointed by the district to sit as a board member on the Sustainable SSEA Authority. Transferred from Councillor Cooper to myself in the way of a resolution. I've met with the staff of the Township of Georgian Bay and our CAO on matters concerning planning and how we're going to move forward and what shape we're in now and what shape we hope to be in come summertime in our busy season. And I was very impressed and hopeful that things are going to come off as they seem, because we're headed in the right direction, slowly but surely. Outside of that, many constituent meetings throughout the township. And one thing that I took it upon myself was to introduce Councillor Graziano to some of our commercial business owners in the area and get their feelings on what's transpired in the past 10 years, where they would like to move forward and how they would like to move forward, just so I could bring up the councillor that filled my vacant seat with some of the important issues that are happening in our ward and in the township in general. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please, followed by Hazelton and Graziano.
Thank you. And rather than repeat everything, I'll just say that, you know, the role of a counselor and a district counselor is just sort of ×2 in terms of meetings, a lot of meetings. And I guess a couple of observations around that sort of role. I don't need to list them all, but budget meetings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's been very busy. And unfortunately, a lot of travel. My comment on that is that the District of Muskoka has decided to return to in-person only meetings. So for those of you that don't travel from Southern Ontario, and like I do, it means at least 3 hours of travel round trip, 300 kilometers. And really interesting was the last set of meetings at the district. I had an afternoon meeting on the 21st and a 9 a.m. meeting on the 22nd, to the point I had to stay in a motel in order to be able to attend these meetings. I'm not saying to you here that I'm bleeding about it. It's just the in-person aspect of it is unfortunate, because it does not make it attractive to anybody who's a seasonal resident to want to really be involved in municipal politics. And 60% of our residents in the District of Muskoka are seasonal. I think here it's about 85%. So not really very accommodating. And I think it's important to point it out. Also, I think it's important to point out, as Councillor Bocek has indicated, a lot of the health services and housing, etc., is available mainly to the towns, but even all 5 municipalities have relatively easy access to the services in the District of Muskoka, whether it's Muskoka Lakes or Lake of Bays. They have access to these services, and we don't really, for the most part. So we need to change that. I've been trying, but we'll see where it goes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I left my mic on for expedience. So over the last month, one of the things that I think you know that I've been involved in is the Georgian Bay Association's Coastal Protection Committee. And they have been working on trying to come up with some value that they can bring to the various municipalities, where they can share planning strategies that have worked in other townships. So that continues. They're also working on a septic guide, and there's been a fair amount of input to that from members of our community. So that's something that will be coming out soon. I'm also a member of their floating cottage committee, I was delighted to see Councillor Graziano attend along with our mayor. So it means we're getting more visibility on this matter. And trying not to steal your thunder, the Gloucester Pool Association have been very active in this and have been working on a project plan that will leverage some work that another committee has done, the Decibel Committee, and the things that they have attempted to do to get the attention of Transport Canada. And so I'm very optimistic about what may be coming from some of the work that they've done and are driving through that committee. We had our communications department produce a council update, and I read through it. Perhaps that's not surprising. But I got to the one part that it was talking about potential input, and there was a district page that we should be navigating to. Sadly, there wasn't a hot link, but I typed the link in, got to the page and found nothing. And so I reached out to the consultant's name who was listed there, Priya from Ainley Consulting, and she has indicated that the district webpage is not yet functioning. Somebody missed the boat on that one, and so they have to update that page before we can provide input to that official plan change. So there's another step that we should be following through and get it back on our radar screen and go back to that council update, look at that section and then follow that link for public input. Maybe we want to publicize it separately. And other than talking about lots of communication with the public, I had the privilege of attending with the mayor a Zoom call for a potential buyer of Macy Bay. And one of the things that was unbelievable from my perspective, it kind of harkened back to the early days of Oak Bay when Oak Bay was first starting. The developer was so focused on getting community input that they held wine and cheese sessions to bring the community in to see what they were talking about before they built anything. And it appears that this potential buyer is of that mindset. And so it's a breath of fresh air for us in our community. And I'm anxiously waiting to see the next step, but not much to report at this time. It was just a very early process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very busy month for myself as well. I attended the 6 Mile Lake Working Group, which is held bi-monthly. I also attended a GPCA monthly meeting. So it's been a lot of association meetings this month. I had the honor of meeting with our MP, Mr. Scott Aitchison, to discuss numerous issues, including floating cottages. I had a discussion with a Liberal MP Miss Valerie Bradford, who will be coordinating meetings with our floating cottage group to discuss the issue at hand. I also met with Eden Oak and the principals of Eden Oak to discuss and conduct due diligence on the rock crushing matter, as well as I also met equally with the residents of Oak Bay to discuss and understand their perspective on the rock crushing issue. Of course, as per Councillor Hazelton's mention, I did attend the Floating Cottage Committee and do so monthly. And at the very onset of the month, I also attended the SSEA orientation along with Councillor Bochek. And then lastly, of course, numerous constituent meetings, both phone calls and Zooms. And that concludes my month. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had quite a busy month, but I won't tell you all the meetings I had, but I think a couple of things are quite important. One is I attended a local share committee, and you may ask what local share is. Well, that's hospital funding when the province is willing to help pay for a new hospital build. They usually want the local community to provide 25%. And so local share committees are founded, and as a mayor, I was on this one for district, and of course it's regarding the new builds in Bracebridge and Huntsville that are planned for their hospital in the next decade or so. I'm well recognized for observing that at least 10% of district residents, namely those at Georgian Bay, will not use those new build hospitals. And being heard, and I was very pleased that when last week during our budget discussions, a motion came in front of district council in regard to local share. The wording that was included in that very clearly stated a new hospital fund was going to be created within the district to fund all hospitals used by Muskoka residents. This is a huge change. It is a significant recognition that there are hospitals outside the district that are used by our district residents, that are used by the paramedics when they have to take you somewhere. In our case, they don't take you to a district hospital, they take you to a hospital outside the district. So I was very pleased with that recognition, and I'm in active discussion with the chair, the CAO, and others at district, that I think we're going to get some recognition that our share of hospital funding should go to the hospitals we use. It's one step of getting a more fair relationship with district that I think is important. Floating cottages have been mentioned. Met with remotely, and we hope to do it in person soon, met with Graydon Smith, our MPP, and or two topics of discussion. One was MNRF, and I don't know if you haven't noticed, you should look up from a couple of weeks ago when they released their proposal with regards to floating accommodations. And I'm very pleased to report that if you read it, it's MNRF is proposing to do basically everything that they were asked to do, including restricting what they call camping on lake bottoms most of lake bottoms are responsibility of MNRF, and they're proposing to restrict camping at one location from 21 days down to 7, and a move of 1 kilometer away, I believe, as opposed to 300 meters when you relocate. But secondly, very importantly, they are not recognizing floating accommodations or accommodations on barges as camping units. Therefore, in effect, they are not allowing these units to use their lands. It's still in the proposal stage, but I think that is a huge step in the right direction for us and extremely important. Also discussed with Mr. Smith the Bill 23 and other bills that have been affecting our planning system. And Councillor Bochek, I'm afraid you're not muted. There we go, I think. And he is actively working on trying to get the site plan restriction that is currently in place with Bill 23 either lifted or changed in recognition of for rural communities and communities that are trying to respect the natural state. So we're in communication on that. It's too early to have too many of my fingers crossed, but I'm hopeful that some headway is being made, because clearly the province is hearing from everywhere, so many municipalities, the challenges of Bill 23 that they created to address the urban situation and then the consequences it's having on the rural area. So I think that's extremely important. And the final thing I will mention is I had the great honor last week to chair a tri-council meeting. This was between the Wata Mohawk First Nation of Muskoka Lakes and the District of Muskoka. And they gave me the honor of being the chair of that meeting, where they were discussing the renaming of what is now officially known as Muskoka Road 38, which is the road that travels through Wata, the Wata First Nation. And we'll have an item on that under a new business coming up, and I'll discuss it more at that point, but I was very pleased with to be part of that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO if you have any additional comments to make at this point before we carry on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kutsia. Just a couple update from staff's perspective. As council knows, we've been quite busy with the budget, and council should be receiving a very brief summary presentation that will be discussed tomorrow as to where we're at in terms of budget and how how the taxation increase, how that looks, complete with an assessment on from a dollar perspective. Update on planning, as Councillor Bocek has mentioned, I've been updating some members of council who've been asking for some information. So, as council is aware, Jail Richards had given us notice of withdrawing their services. That was originally March 10th, but we agreed on an extension to March 24th. And also, Oak Bay has actually offered to support us on the rock crushing file. So that's great news. They're willing to assist us as we go through that process. They're also going to, in regards to the district now, they are going with some external planning resources to assist them with managing some other generic files related to Oak Bay in terms of the overall development. And so we are going to reach an agreement with the district whereby we're going to be sharing some costs on that perspective. So we're generating some assistance from third parties as we try to build our own team internally. And lastly, Ms. Jen Godet, who has moved on to another firm, we will see if Ms. Godet is available through her new employer also to continue rendering some assistance. So there's some good news there. The SEGBAY staff has had a meeting with SEGBAY as you heard last week. So that's good discussions. We'd like to be able to support some good use from the Bressette house as much as possible. And last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, we are still in a form of litigation with Oak Bay, specifically related to the rock crushing temporary bylaw use. So I do urge council to be careful. It should be right now, as we are in legal matters still. If council wishes to consult with Oak Bay, please just let us know in advance. And that is it from my perspective.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper.
Just, I'm sorry, but just as a result of some of the things that have been raised here, I wondered if we could consider a couple of items on the committee of the whole, either this coming meeting or the next one. One was the floating cottages, whatever we're going to call them, issue, because there is an opportunity to respond to the latest that's come out from MNRF, and I think it's important to remember that it's not just floating cottages, but it's frankly single family seasonal residences that are overdeveloped like crazy or intensified like crazy because of more boats mooring at one cottage. So that should be, I think, part of the consideration. I realize it's not over the land, so to speak, the public lands, but actually they are public lands. So maybe that needs to be part of our submission or a resubmission. The other thing is mooring buoys. There's still a mooring buoy issue that was a problem out north of Beausoleil Island, and where there are 3 or 4 very large boats tied together, moored on a mooring buoy, and they're a navigational hazard for sure, right in front of Camp Queen Elizabeth at night. Good luck at getting around those boats. So that's an issue. And so I would like to see us maybe have a discussion to figure out how to customize our submission, so to speak, and responses to MNRF. Finally, on Bill 23, I think there's some issues around that as well. there may be some encouraging signs, but there are still some issues that I'd like to see and have sort of a report and discussion around Bill 23. So those are the two things that I picked up from my fellow councillors, and I did not comment on, but think we should have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, notes are being taken. I'm going to suggest we've been at this for exactly 2 hours now, that we take a 10-minute break. I'll be bold and allow you 13 minutes. Let's reconvene at 11:15, please. Thank you. No. staff reports section of our meeting. And Mr. Sokash, the first item is yours with regards to pickleball tender results, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just realized somehow I've disconnected from Zoom. The purpose of this report is to get some direction from council on how to proceed with respect to the pickleball court tender for Honey Harbor. Council may recall that in the summer of last year, a group of residents came forward and they raised about $150,000 themselves for the construction of pickleball courts in Honey Harbor. The township has agreed that they will step up and pay half of the costs, up to $300,000 total, so $150,000 for the taxpayers. A tender was put out with the hope of getting the courts constructed last fall. Unfortunately, the tender results came in well over budget. They were about $425,000 and our budget is $300,000. As such, the tender was canceled with the intention of reissuing it in January, which was done. And the tender results have come in and they are still well above the budget. Now, I've spoken to the proponent for the group that raised the funds for this project, and they are well ensconced in the pickleball community. I will say, seem to have a lot of contacts in the with contractors that build the courts. I've spoken to them since the tender closed, and we discussed the results, the lowest of which was $341,000. That's above our budget of $300,000, and it is the opinion of the proponent that if we just went for a request for quotations directly to 3 suppliers, that we could get a significantly lower price for the works. They didn't bid on the project because of the size of the tender documents, etc. So what we're proposing to council is that the second tender be canceled and that staff be authorized to proceed with a request for quotations with the there are 3 groups that the proponent has identified that would be interested in bidding. And upon closure of that request for a quotation process, we bring it back to council for a decision. So we are proposing to go outside of the procurement policy, which is permitted with council's authorization. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Brad, for the report. I noticed, or I'd come up with a potential option number 4, and was curious to know what your thoughts would be if in the event that we proceeded with this option. The option would be to either A, split the difference or the shortfall between constituents or the fundraisers and the township, and or B, proceed to pay the shortfall if in the event that we do not go outside of our procurement policy, and then apply perhaps a fee for usage up until the shortfall is reimbursed or recovered. Thoughts on that or any comments?
Through the mayor. That is an option that could be pursued. Part of the issue is the fundraising group, I'll call them, have been quite clear that they are not interested in splitting the anything that's over the $150,000 they've committed or the $300,000 total. Secondly, I am reasonably confident that we will be able to get a better price, quite a better price than the lowest bid here to proceed with the project if we went to the request for quotations. So that's why we're proposing it. The fee for use of the courts, it gets a little bit tricky there. If the way we use most of our facilities, if say we have a pavilion, somebody wants to use a pavilion, use the pavilion, have a great time, no problem. If you want to book the pavilion for sole use, we then charge, again, what can be a nominal fee, but it would be, I don't know, $30 or $50 an hour. I don't remember the numbers offhand, or $2 a person. And even that, with the $2 a person, we run into some resistance. I think if we're looking at expending taxpayers' funds, I think the option of going to an RFQ outside of the procurement policy with council's authorization is most likely to have the best, the lowest price, and therefore the best impact for the taxpayers.
If I may follow up with one additional question, Your Worship. And thank you for that. And I would agree if in the event that it's going to be a challenge to collect and recuperate our costs, I'm assuming, and I just want to confirm that if we did go outside of our procurement policy, that all things would be held equal, specifically when it pertained to development and the quality of development, regardless of the company that would be doing the work. Is that correct? We would hold them to a set expectation, and they would conform with our building requirements.
Through the mayor, I'm more than confident in that, because of the standard that the proponent for the fundraisers is expecting, and they have the contacts in the industry, so I'm quite comfortable that we will get a quality facility at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a couple of other questions, Brad, and you know, pardon me for being new to the game here because I don't know all of the history, but I was also going to suggest, you know, whether or not splitting the difference or coming up with another alternative was a feasible option. Is there the opportunity for selling naming rights or getting any other corporate sponsorship or engagement in here, or is that something that has been, well, it could be the Scotiabank pickleball court.
Through the mayor, that's not something that we have explored to this point. If we were to explore that, I would still recommend going with the request for quotation process just to get the lowest cost. And then if we were able to get sponsorship, that's even more of a benefit down the road.
So, and then my follow-up question, and again, it's very similar to Councillor Graziano's, is what kind of controls can we put into the place in the RFQ process to make sure that cost overruns are not borne by the township?
Sure. Through the mayor, there will be a design build contract, a CCDC something or other is what it is. Canadian Center, I forget what CCDC stands for, formal contract. So that will spell it out, and anything up to $300,000 would be split by the township and the proponent. Anything over that, I would be running back to council very quickly to get direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Brad, you note in your report here, there is an estimated annual capital cost to the project. Is that amount correct? That it's going to cost us $670,000 a year to maintain, or am I misreading that?
Julie? That estimate is the replacement cost at the end of its lifespan, which I believe is 20 years.
Okay, so then I just need clarification what we estimate to be our so the tax increase, we're looking at a levy of 1.86% annually increase in our tax base for that capital replacement cost. Again, maybe that might be Julie.
Oh, look, Julie appeared.
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, yes, that estimate would be a 1.6 increase in our capital levy.
How does that translate? Do you know what that is in dollars and cents then annually?
Yes, I have that available. I have a lot of different calculators.
And while you're working on that, maybe Brad can help me here. Is this amount that we're talking about an amount that covers the cost, the annual like maintenance cost for the project as well as the capital replacement cost?
Through the mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry if I made the capital cost is just the annual capital cost for the future replacement. It's not necessarily repair and maintenance on the asset. That would be included in our operating budget if there's any repair and maintenance. Like for example, a splash pad would have water costs that's annual. Those are not included in the capital costs. I'm not sure what annual operating costs would have for a pavilion, but like you know, picking up the garbages would not be included in this capital cost.
I guess then my question would lead to the fact that there would be some additional, so there were costs already, I guess, accounted for when we were proposing to rebuild that pavilion. And then we have this additional cost of the pickleball courts. Do we know if there's going to be an additional maintenance cost that's part of the pickleball portion of this whole construction? And what the dollars and cents would be on that, or what's estimated?
Through the mayor, I think we're looking at $2,000 to $4,000 a year for maintenance. It's staff time to blow off the leaves periodically, sweep in the spring, replace the nets every couple of years. If something happens to the fencing, repair the fencing.
Okay, and then obviously there's also capital costs we've already got in place for maintenance on the rest of the pavilion that we put up.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So the dollars and cents, Julie, got a number?
I can get pretty close. So this would be an annual increase in our capital levy to put into reserves for the next. I'm getting around, I don't know, Brad, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is the estimated life around 50 years?
Through the mayor, I would have to double check on that. I thought it was a little bit less, but
So let's say 40 to 50 years, we're looking at about $30,000 a year to fund the rehabilitation or replacement of that asset at its end of life.
Okay, so on top of the couple of grand it's going to cost a year just to maintain it, there's going to be another $30,000 a year that we've got to put into a fund for future replacement. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
through the mayor, I believe that's correct. And the big maintenance cost will be periodic resurfacing of the court. There's a special surface on it for your traction, I mean.
Yeah.
And that would need to be replaced probably every 10 to 15 years.
Would the 30,000 we're putting in per year or whatever that amount is cover that? Is that okay?
Through the mayor, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And so on an annual basis, it's around $32,000 to $35,000 to look after this facility if it's built, more or less. There's nothing else that we're forgetting about here.
I'm not aware of anything that we're forgetting.
Thank you. But just, I'm sorry for being so simplistic here, but basically you're talking about going out to tender, but not using our regular format. That's fine. And the facility, the idea is that we're going to try and bring it in at 300,000, but if it goes over 300,000, then the proponent / community group are going to raise the rest of the money. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, based on the discussions I've had with the proponent, we expect this to come in significantly lower than $300,000. If it comes in over $300,000, I think we're going to have another discussion with them because it'll be the third kick of the can. We're still over budget and we have to look at how this is going to be solved. So if that happens, we'll be back in front of you to discuss that.
So we're not making any commitment over 150,000. That's the max. It could be under is what you're saying too.
Through the mayor, we expect it to be under, but correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck, please. I can't hear a thing, Councillor Bocheck.
There we go. The mute is off. Yeah, I think if we stay within budget on this, I think we have a good project ahead of us. What I can't for the life of me figure out is we have a pavilion there that we have built. Probably spent over $500,000 on building it to facilitate ice hockey and skating in the winter time. In the summertime, this sheltered, covered facility is not being used. Could we not put some pickleball courts in there and make use of this pavilion during the summer months, because it'll remain empty during the summer months? And if we run into cost overrides, or where we're feeling that this project is not going to be feasible or financially doesn't have the financial stability to move forward with, I suggest that we look at a rework and look at using that building that's already in place to house the pickleball courts during the summer months. Pickleball, like everything else, has a habit of either uglying out, wearing out, or people getting tired of it. We're looking at 20 or 30 years down the road at a replacement cost. Pickleball might not even be a sport in 20 or 30 years from now. I don't think we need to put together legacy funding for this, for a replacement cost at the end of it. And I think we need to have another look at this whole project and look for workarounds that are way more financially feasible, especially in this time of budget crunching. Thank you.
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, there's only room on the pavilion for one pickleball court. If we were to, and we'd be happy to put lines on it and have that used. But our understanding of the demand, and if the community's been able to raise $150,000 in a month, it sounds like there is the demand there. And this is a proposal for 6 courts as opposed to 1, with a proper surface for running around on, whereas the pavilion does not have that.
Supplementary to that, we're not a big finance township. We're not a big city that has the kind of funding to be looking at this. When it was private funded and we were going to match the funding, I think I was okay with that. But I think we need to stick to our gun, or I'm going to stick to my guns on this. And I don't think we need to be putting more money towards this project directly funded by our taxpayers. There can be fundraising that we can look for other avenues, provincially, federally, whatever, to fund some additional work. But we're maxed out on this right now, folks.
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, I've seen in other townships motions that come forward for recreational assets where there is no appetite to fund the replacement in the future, where a motion can be put forward where we at least have enough fund for decommissioning at its end of life. And that motion resolution, when passed, goes into our asset management plan, and it's very clear in our asset management plan that the asset will be decommissioned at its end of life and not funded for replacement. So that is an option for council to consider.
Thank you. I'm going to make some comments before we go and see if there's any second round comments, Councilor Graziano. I think we have to keep a certain perspective on this. The request in front of us is very simply that Mr. Sokash is asking that he, along with the proponents of this whole pickleball court, seek out lower quotes than what have been received. That's it. And to me, I think that definitely a route we should go. We should find out if directly approaching the 3 major suppliers of pickleball courts are willing to give us a quote versus going through the whole RFP process. Secondly, I think that we have to respect that Ms. Boutier is doing her job under the asset management plan program to say that if we set up an asset, we should also be slowly saving money to replace it. And fair enough, but I think we have to also understand that if 20 years from now, there's no appetite for pickleball or repairing this, then those monies that we've set aside, they stay in our reserves to be spent on something else. Also, many of the assets that we currently have were not entirely paid for by our taxpayers. There were grants involved. There was a provincial or federal government involved. There were, in this case, for instance, like with the pickleball courts, there were local residents that contributed up to half the funding. And I think that's very important to remember in that just because we're setting aside money based on an asset we have now doesn't mean that that money being set aside will be spent on that asset in 20 years' time. Ms. Boutiette's been very careful and conservative, as is the whole idea of the asset management plan, but it doesn't lock us in. Just because we're setting aside, putting some more money in reserves doesn't mean we have to spend it on a new pickleball court sometime in the next 30 years. No. And so I think we have to be careful not to over exaggerate that part of the report. I mean, she's done all her calculations and said we have to have up to $670,000 to replace an asset that we as taxpayers only paid 150 in right now, and the other half came from residents. I think she's being far too conservative, but I respect that she's doing the job she has to do. Don't misunderstand me, but I think we have to look at that in the whole picture. So my personal situation vote would be absolutely to support this proposal. I think it makes a lot of sense, and depending upon the results, this may be in front of us again in a couple of months' time with different ideas. But I think this is the right direction to go in the short run. With that, Councillor Graziano, you want to make some additional remarks?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I echo your statement. I absolutely agree that in any cost cutting measure is a prudent one. And by having these conversations, I think that it's warranted given our current fiscal state. Mr. Sokash, if I can just make a quick recommendation, if you do go back to the company or the person that is overseeing the fundraising, given that they've crowdfunded $150,000 in a very short period of time, could we determine whether or not they'd be inclined, rather than splitting it 50-50, if we were to receive some kind of cost savings, let's say for all intents and purposes, as an example, the quotes come in at $200,000 relative to what we've received, would we be able to make up the $50,000 difference? So not splitting the cost 50% because they have $150,000 in crowdfunded cash available, us paying the difference and then reallocating whatever remaining amount of money towards the carrying costs over the years. Just a proactive possible discussion to see whether or not that would be a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Just briefly, and I certainly concur with the long-term indication that was explained by the mayor, but I would like also to remind us that this is $150,000 that has to be allocated right now or this summer. So in our budget this year, is that not correct?
Ms. Boutiette, was this set aside last year? Because I think the original motion was last year, or is it?
I can double check that as well.
I do know that the council did approve it last year, this project. While she's looking at, I think it's very important also to note of the many projects that we have on our budget and in the capital and all that stuff. This is somewhat unique in that our residents have said they were willing to pay for half of it themselves through fundraising versus taxation. And I think that's something that should be recognized.
I agree, and I also agree that this is a terrific project. I just wanted to get clarification in terms of if we were not to do this at all, would that have any impact on the 2023 budget that we're working on? That's
Ms. Boutiette.
Yes, through your worship. Yes, it is included in our 2023 capital increase.
Thank you.
So it was not set aside in 2022.
Correct. 2023 would be the first year that we start that we increase the capital levy because of this new asset.
That wasn't my question. I'm sorry. I was asking about the 150K. Where is that coming from?
It was decided that it was coming from reserves
Last year.
last year, so it's not out yet. It's still awaiting the expenditure itself. Yes.
So what I'm asking is that if we've already accounted for it, in other words, so our 2023 budget has it in there, and I guess if we didn't do it, we would reduce our overage in our budget by 150,000. Is that correct?
No, so it was earmarked to come from reserves. Therefore, if it doesn't happen at all, it just doesn't come out of reserves at all. So there's no in, no out, therefore still no impact on budget. The only difference in budget is the $30,000 that is added to our capital levy for future replacement of the pickleball courts or rehabilitation.
So just to summarize then, the notion that we could potentially reduce our overage by $150,000 is not really correct. It's already there. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that pickleball court request for tender be cancelled, and that staff be directed to work with the proponent responsible for fundraising for the pickleball courts to attempt to obtain a minimum of 3 bids for a design build contract for the construction of the pickleball courts. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And the next item, parking bylaw amendment on fire routes. I see 2 gentlemen across the way from me who I know want to speak to this.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Today I'll be speaking to an amendment of our parking bylaw that will be addressing the creation of a list of fire routes within our township. So currently under our parking bylaw, a fire route is actually defined as a public or private roadway designated by the fire chief to ensure unobstructed access for fire department vehicles along a assigned route. As well, under section 7.1 of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, municipalities may pass bylaws that designate roads as fire routes in which no parking of vehicles shall be permitted. So with this, we're doing our due diligence as a township to move forward with a list of enforceable fire routes that will be added to our parking bylaw. So the first amendment will actually be the creation of what we're calling Schedule E. Schedule E has the list of locations and highways that will have designated fire routes. I just want to make a point of clarification quick that highways, I know we referenced them as, let's say, the 400 series highways. Under the Highway Traffic Act, it does actually specify to roadways, so any public private road. So that is seen in the report. There are 6 locations which will have the fire routes, and then there is a list of highways. The way we formatted it is also seen in a Schedule B of our parking bylaw. So from one point of the road to the end. So for an example, on Masters Crescent, a fire route will be from Lynx Trail to the very end of the road. The second amendment is just to change section 2D to fire routes under our parking bylaw. This is just a change of wording to make the for us to be able to enforce the fire routes listed in Schedule E. I just also want to make it clear that we do have a set fine schedule for this parking bylaw. Parking within a fire route is a $150 fine, and there is actually no early payment available. So with our other fines, you can pay within 7 days. It's a lesser fee, but within our parking bylaw, set fine of $150 is for fire routes, and that won't be changed with this amendment as well. So as the township continues to grow, new developments and roadways will become developed. And with this, Schedule E will likely need to be changed in the future. You'll see in our recommendations that we're hoping that council approves staff to make changes to this schedule without any future approval from council, which would just save us from coming every single time that one road may be added to this schedule in the future.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Graziano, you want to lead off the conversation?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I'm just trying to understand the bylaw enforcement component of this. I know specifically in Oak Bay that there have been events throughout the course of the summer that I've attended where, unfortunately, the accumulation of vehicles spilled over to parking on Masters, on Links. There's very limited parking in the in the development that allows for additional parking outside of those for the residents. And so how would we approach this? Is this really, if there's a car that's stationed there for a longer period of time, that a bylaw enforcement officer can go out and ticket, or is this going to be having you happen to drive by and see that there is an event going on and ticketing all those that are parked directly on the roadway?
Through your worship, all parking within our township is at the discretion of the officer. We do understand that there are instances where, situations where people might be running into their house very briefly for 10 minutes. Their neighbor calls the bylaw, department saying that there's a car. By the time we show up, we ticket and the person comes out 1 minute later. There's likely no harm in situations like that. The main purpose that the fire chief has designated fire routes is for public safety. When we have a roadway that is, let's say, 10 meters, in length, and a fire truck has to get down it, and there's a car parked on the road, that does serve a large problem for our response time. So in instances like that, there has been issues where the fire chief has called the bylaw department to remove cars from the areas just due to public safety.
May I with a follow-up? Thank you. Have we consulted with the Oak Bay community on whether or not they feel that this would impact them negatively in any way, shape, or form?
Through you, the mayor, yes, Tony has met with Oak Bay. I guess they're a condo corporation to discuss some of this. And a lot of the signs that are existing today are through planning because of road widths and things like that. Because the width of our fire trucks and stuff that have to get down those roads. So there's been discussion prior to a lot of those roads being built in the planning stage. But there has been a couple incidents where roads have been missed in planning, and we're trying to get those addressed now so that we don't have problems in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor. And so just to kind of continue on that sort of question, most of these streets that you're adding to your fire route list are in Oak Bay. And then the original list are primarily sections of road next to fire halls and other, municipal buildings. So as you're going forward, what kind of criteria do you expect to be using as you reevaluate this list? My question is coming from, looking at some of the primarily district roads, but if it's 12 Mile Bay Road or Go Home Lake Road, South Gibson, the road itself maybe allow for the passage of a fire vehicle or emergency vehicle. But if people are parked on those roads and there's a whole large population at the end of the road, is that a consideration or an issue that you would take into in the future?
I think all those things come into play when we're looking at putting in fire routes. Obviously, we want to, in new development, look at it during the planning stage so that those things can be addressed. As of right now, this is the only part in our parking bylaw that addresses fire routes. Who knows what the future may hold, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Really gonna get into the weeds here, almost literally. Links Trail, after the parking lot at Oak Bay, tends to become a dirt track, and because it's the alternate entrance proposed for Oak Bay and has not been opened up that way, does this change apply to the full length of Links Trail? Only, and I ask because I parked there. Yeah. When we have the SEGBAY golf tournament, there's no room in the parking lot, as was noted by another comment. So I'm just curious. I know overflow parking does go onto that part of that a trail, which is basically unused road.
I think it's something that we're gonna have to look at.
Okay.
Moving forward in the planning stages of that construction of that road as it continues on. I can't answer that.
Yeah, but I think the golf course would be lobbying to have access to that road for parking, overflow parking.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
I'm sure, but
Thanks.
I'm sure we can compromise.
Mr. Bellender.
Ticket me.
Through your worship, I know in the past, I forget the event that had happened. It was one of the Canadian Junior Golf Associations that was having a large tournament there. Oak Bay, the golf course, was actually very proactive and got in contact with the fire chief, if I'm not mistaken, regarding, where to park. I know they provided shuttles to be able to park, if I'm not mistaken, down Golf Course Road to alleviate the amount of vehicles that would be parked on Masters Links. And this was also a concern of the residents at the time, but with the proactive steps that Oak Bay Golf Development did take, we were able to rectify the situation and have no problems.
This is a year-round bylaw proposal, because a lot of our roads are much narrower in the winter, and it's much easier to block a fire truck in the winter than it is in the summer, unless you put your car up on top of a snowbank, which I don't think in many cases I'd recommend. I'm wondering, there's so many other opportunities in this. I hate to put it this way, but so many places where a parked car is going to block a fire truck, because they haven't even thought about it, because there's enough space for a car to go by, but not a truck. How do we enforce that today? And I'm just wondering, in this case, what's different, other than we're specifically naming it, because in some of the situations you've given, if somebody's parked on the road, the only way a fire truck is going by is either through that snowbank in the winter or over the grass boulevard in the summer.
To your worship, with our parking bylaw, we also in the winter, as you mentioned, our roads become much narrow. We do have a winter parking bylaw, which is from November 15th to April 1st. What this allows is that any vehicle parked within the roadways of the township can be ticketed. And under section, if I can grab it here quickly, section 4 of our parking bylaw, we can actually tow the vehicle as well. What that process looks like is a ticket is issued by the officer, tow company is called. We do have a couple in the area that we do use. And then the officer will then call OPP dispatch. The reason we do this is because when someone comes out and their car may not be there, they don't know who to call and possibly think their car is stolen. So this is a log created with the OPP so that they can provide the information where the car went and so on and so forth. So to address your question, in the winter months, we do have our winter parking bylaw that can rectify a lot of this problems that we do have in the winter.
All right, thank you. Councilor Graziano, did you want to make a second remark?
I did, but I do see Councilor Jarvis's hand up is, okay. I had one additional comment with regards to the Marina Towns. The way that the Marina Towns have been developed, and I see Marina Village Drive there. The way that they were developed, unfortunately, it doesn't allow for a pickup truck to park into the driveway, as the driveways are not deep enough, thereby having the truck protrude into the roadways. Would that mean that the homeowner, if in the event that they were parked on their lot and with their car going beyond perhaps their lot line, would be ticketed in this situation, given that they could hinder fire trucks from accessing or coming in and out?
Through your worship, I know from having a conversation with Fire Chief Van Dam months ago that this topic was brought up to him. As I mentioned, all tickets is at the discretion of the officer. If we're looking at a situation where a individual has purchased a home, their tailgate is completely packed up to their garage, and the front of the truck possibly sticks out a little bit. I don't believe that would hinder the fire truck passing too much. It would be definitely something to consider, but I wouldn't, in a situation at my discretion right now, I wouldn't say that we'd be ticketing everyone with a pickup truck within the Marina Towns portion of Oak Bay.
Thank you.
All right. I have moved by Councilor Predko, seconded by Councilor Graziano, Be it resolved, the council approves staff to make changes to amend schedules in the parking bylaw without future approval from council, and that council approve the parking bylaw amendment to be brought forward for adoption. Any other questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Liquor licenses, municipal approval. Ms. Levesque. Oh. Ms. Levesque.
Hi, thank you. So as outlined in the report, municipalities provide clearance for liquor licenses issued by the AGCO. There was some legislative changes that came into effect. Oh, sorry, actually my camera is not on. Let me turn that on first. There we go. There was some legislative changes that came into effect on January 1st, 2023. Municipalities are now required to provide approvals for outdoor patio extensions. That is for establishments that have an existing AGCO license. Previously, in the past, the township never charged fees for these approvals, but with these legislative changes coming into effect, staff are proposing the fees that are outlined on page 2 of the report. That's really all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Councilor Jarvis, followed by Councilor Graziano, please.
I'm curious, how many applications do we get per year for liquor?
Through your worship, to Councilor Jarvis, maybe 1 or 2. There's not very many. Since I've been deputy clerk, I've seen 2.
Yeah, I struggled to figure out whether it'd be a patio anywhere anyway. Though in bacteria, I suppose that's a possibility, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Graziano, followed by Councilor Predko, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just more so interested in understanding the difference between an SOP application and a standard application and why there were a difference in cost. Would it not be the same amount of staff time involved in processing both applications, or is there a difference?
So the difference between the SOP is typically that's for like a special events, like a extension or something like that. So a lot of it comes down to what building and fire are going to request for those application forms. So if it's a permanent liquor license, building's probably going to request drawings and we'll still request a site plan, but I don't know if Kaylee has, our CBO has anything to add to that, but.
Ms. Nicholson?
Thank you. Really, it depends on to the extent of the liquor license that they're requiring, and Chad could also speak to this as well. So if it is something, because there's a lot of other items that come in to effect, such as exits, washrooms, parking. So at some points in time, depending on the extent of what's being asked for, they may be required to have an architect or an engineer submit their design with what's existing on the property prior to us reviewing that.
May I, with one additional follow-up? Thank you, and wowzers on the requirements. My question is really rooted, should we not perhaps increase the SOP application to parallel the standard application, given that they're likely going to incur the same amount of staff time and review?
That could be an option. We can increase. We don't receive a lot of them, so it was kind of hard to estimate the fees and to cover staff time, but I figured it would be a little bit less work for building for SOPs, but again, that's up to our CBO.
The only one currently I saw was for a business that currently had an issued license already, and they were just looking for an outdoor event for the span of a weekend. And so really it was the same people that were staying there. So there was really no other design requirements required, as it was the same people that were already using the hotel. It wasn't more people that were going to be attending, so it wasn't an issue. So that was more of a minor review.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a quick point of clarification, please. Would the special occasion permit also cover events like weddings, or if there was a festival like the Honeybee Festival where they wanted to have a beer tent, would that cover these types of occasions?
Through your worship, that's correct.
So technically, these probably, there are more of these events happening that aren't currently being, recorded with permits. Is that something that, from an enforcement perspective or even a communication perspective, we should be highlighting?
Potentially, we only know the ones that apply to us. So for special events permits, that is issued by the AGCO. So the municipality is just providing clearance. So they send us a municipal comment form and they ask for compliance letters from building and fire. So the actual issuing happens through the AGCO. The only thing that is now solely on municipalities is the outdoor patio extension. So for example, if one of the businesses like restaurants wants to open up their parking lot to have like tables out there to serve, now it's up to the municipalities to provide those approvals. In the past, it was the AGCO.
Okay, but in the past, we haven't charged for, special event permits. So that
No,
would be
we've charged for
something
nothing.
But, and again, you don't get very many of them, so it's not really an income for the industry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, did I see your hand earlier?
Thank you, but my answers were given through the questions of Councillor Pecco.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, do you have an additional remark?
I had one additional question. Are we netting out any gains on the cost, or are we just breaking even and staying whole?
We're just breaking even.
Okay, thank you.
But I think, this in one sense is a reflection of the fact that, if we're break even on some of the services we provide, then we're helping the budget, even this might be in a very, very small way, unless there's a flurry of licenses going on in the future. And with the new rules, according to our, what was it, Health Canada or something, that we're supposed to drink less, who knows? I don't know if anybody's following those rules, but maybe there'll be fewer licenses. Anyway, I'm not seeing any further hands. I'm going to just stop going from further. And what I have is moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council approves the liquor license municipal approval fees as presented, and that a bylaw be enacted to amend the fees and charges bylaw. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. On to page 3, and the MACTIR Arena Advisory Committee, and that, I believe, is to you, Ms. Way.
In March, Councillor Graziano brought forward a recommendation to have a MACTIR Arena Advisory Committee. I was instructed to draft terms of reference for this committee. So I've, based off council's discussion and what I interpret as their intent, I've drafted what I believe are solid terms of reference and what the composition should be and what councillors should be represented on that committee. So I'm happy to have any questions.
And that's what appears in yellow on your revised report. Okay, council, any discussion? Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a suggested amendment. I would like to also participate if in the event that it is possible. So perhaps we preclude the Ward 1 and district councillor options and just make it as 2 councillors or perhaps even 3 if that is required.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah. Thank you. My concern is with regards to the number of meetings being held to a maximum of 6. Now, I understand this requires staff time, so I'm just asking, is there an ability to or desire to change the wording to reflect the possibility of maybe having to have an additional meeting or 2 per annum per calendar year? This becomes very restrictive. I don't know if that's good or bad. It may be just fine anyway, but it does really confine this committee in the manner of meetings. That's my only comment and ask.
Ms. Way,
I think the easiest change would be to remove the word maximum and replace it with average.
That makes sense to me.
Basically,
It just allows for the
Or just
possibility,
say
yeah.
bi-monthly and cut out the rest in between.
Yeah, just so long as we don't confine them. I realize again, it's staff time that's taken up with this, but if there's a capacity, desire, need to possibly have an additional meeting or two, I think we should at least allow that flexibility.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to make a similar comment, and I think that maybe the wording could be bi-monthly or more frequently as needed. Because I think given the mandate of this committee, I don't think 6 meetings over the course of a year would be enough attention to make a substantial impact on the really utilization of the arena. And then I did want to just note that the committee members and Ms. Way and I did talk about this very briefly. The people who are being selected for this committee are active users of the arena and community associations that use the arena, as opposed to strictly a member of our community or a resident of our community, because McTier is close to the borderline, and there's many people who are on Stewart Lake that are in the Muskoka Lakes that use the arena and have a vested interest in its operation and effectiveness.
Ms. Way.
I just wanted to respond to the first part about the timing. Within the Code of Conduct and the procedural bylaw, there are opportunities to have more meetings than their generally scheduled meetings without amending it in this portion.
Councillor Cooper.
Just a clarification. Is there any reason this has to be a committee of council? In other words, why couldn't this be an advisory group? They take their own minutes and it costs nothing.
Ms. Way.
Because we need to have a formal, transparent process if we're taking that advice.
So every time we get a group together, regardless, we have to have a committee which has to be minuted and costs us a lot of money.
If you would like to be open and transparent, yes.
Oh, we'd all like that. I'm just trying to, it costs money, and I'm not sure that, who's saying you can't attend? I'm just saying that we're formalizing some things that can be more informal. That's all. So I'd like to understand how we couldn't, why we couldn't just have an advisory, ad hoc advisory group as opposed to committee.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Quick question to our clerk. Can this committee be comprised of members who are outside of our township?
Yes, it can, the way it's worded.
Oh,
We also don't have anything in any of our terms of reference or procedural bylaw that says committee members must be residents. That's just a general practice we've had. But this one, the scope of it was specifically written to capture the users who may or may not be residents. But again, that's decision of council,
so could you help us in the library? Because we can't do that in the library.
the library has a different set of rules. Sorry, set by the province, yeah.
Okay.
The inconsistency with multi-level government. Though I don't think it's practical for us to declare our independence from the country, become our own state. I think that'd be there'd be a lot more involved there.
MTG.
I guess I find myself in agreement with some of the councillors who are saying that maybe this is a little bit too restrictive in that I think if we said that could have, you know, two councillors or 2 or 3 councillors as opposed to specifying where. I also think I also agree that it would maybe can modify with regards to meeting bi-monthly to a maximum of 6 times per year is also too restrictive, because I could imagine this group meeting a couple of times, maybe even in the first month, and then getting into bi-monthly, all depending upon how it evolves and flows. But I also wanted to comment for Councillor Cooper's question. I think there's always the option of having residents coming to and presenting to council with their ideas and suggestions. That happens, I won't say all the time, but on a semi-regular basis, that has nothing to do with our structure until they appear in front of us and make a request. However, we did ask our clerk to come up with a committee of council, and so she has drafted these terms of reference. If we were not to approve them, then the residents of the MacTier area, or shall we say the users of the MacTier arena, could meet on their own and make suggestions. They could meet with a counselor and make suggestions. I mean, that we wouldn't be ruling that out. But if it's going to be a committee of council, then we would require these terms of reference. So I think, you know, it doesn't rule out, as Councillor Cooper was saying, it doesn't rule out a group of citizens having their own gatherings and making a proposal to council. Councillor Cooper.
That was part of my suggestion. And I'm not trying to say that I'm not in favor of a group meeting and dealing with this issue. I think it's very important. I just, it's sort of formalizing it to a point, including I would think that if the clerk's department's involved, it would require the members to meet here, I would assume, or the clerk's department would have to drive up to MacTier. So, you know, that could be a challenge. And I guess what I was trying to get clarification for, maybe for other prospective ad hoc, not committees, but ad hoc groups gathering to discuss certain matters, to pull information from, for example, experts in our community, which we often have available to us, but not always listen to. So I would like to understand, is there any reason that we can't have meetings that are less formal, shall we say? And I think you're answering it saying there's probably no reason we can't and shouldn't. Thank you.
I mean, groups of people meet all the time. I think that, but I think it's important to understand that those groups are not committees of council or formal committees of the township, if I can put it that way.
Is there any sorry to follow up on that note? Is there any reason that an informal group wouldn't be allowed to meet here?
They would have to get township staff approval, because it's,
well, yes, of course, you need to be able to book the space or whatever, but there's no reason that you couldn't meet in here or in wherever the meeting.
No, and we have the Baxter Ward Community Center, we have the MacTier Arena. There are places, and many groups do take advantage of those spaces from time to time.
And then you could bring recommendations to council.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with doing that. So it is an avenue that I just think is worthy of exploring for anything that we're trying to gather information, solve problems in the community. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Way? No, yes, no, okay. But I think I want to bring the conversation now back to what's in front of us, which is committee terms of reference in regard to the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee that has been proposed. And Councillor Graziano, your hand is up.
Yes, Your Worship, if I can make a further suggested amendment that the committee or any future committee, if founded, be 100% remote, thereby saving township staff from having to commute. Is this possible?
Ms. Way.
I don't want to say we want to commit to 100% remote, because there may be a reason, for example, for this committee to physically see something at the MacTier Arena, right? So, but I think I do reference in here that they need to have the ability to meet remotely, or yes. I'm making up things in my memory.
No, it's in there somewhere.
I think my intent with this, at least now, I'm not going to be able to find it because I'm saying it's in here. was for this to mostly be remote in the off event that it needs to be.
The last sentence under expectations
Oh,
committee
right,
members
yeah.
must be able to
Right.
attend hybrid electronic
Yeah.
meetings and or at the McTier Arena.
From a cost savings perspective, I think it's a value argument, a valid argument from Councillor Cooper. The only other thing, if I can mention very quickly, is that the mandate for this committee is essentially to save a substantial amount of money relative to what we're paying to carry the facility as it stands. And so if we look at the costs perhaps incurred from staff participating in a committee such as this versus what we hopefully will be able to save the township staff, or excuse me, the township by way of budget savings, then, you know, I'm feeling that this is a no-brainer. But thank you. It's just my comment.
Thank you. So far, and I just want to make sure that the clerk has this, because I think we might change the resolution to as amended. And the amendments I'm hearing is the maximum of 6 times per year is going to be removed. And also that we are going to, what right now is proposed 5 citizen members and 2 councillors? Or is there an appetite for more than 2 councillors?
I just referenced the 2 councillors who represent Ward.
Yeah.
That was my thought process, but again. It's up to council.
So council, do you have an appetite for 2 councillors, 3 councillors? Councillor Jarvis?
Just comment that there's no reason why one of the 5 citizen members couldn't be a councillor just because they're local and a citizen.
Yeah, but if we are a councillor, we can't wear some other
Oh,
hat
dear.
because I'm sorry, you'd be recognized.
I would be?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Councillor Cooper.
I would say up to 3 councillors. That's not quorum.
Yep. All right. So I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, coincidentally, the last 2 to speak. Be it resolved, the council adopt a committee of terms of reference policy as amended to exclude the 6 times per year restriction and to note it'll consist of 5 citizen members plus up to 3 councillors. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Council, the next item here is our clerk's department doing a procedure bylaw update. And I'm going to suggest that we do not address that until after we look at the 13C under new business, the procedural bylaw amendment proposal, because it may affect what the clerk wants to do with regards to the update. Councillor Cooper.
Just add to that, I foresee a fairly in-depth discussion. So it might be sensible to consider that after our lunch break as opposed to before, because this could take quite a bit of time. That was all my suggestion.
That's exactly what I was about to suggest. Maybe, do we have, if you excuse the pun, an appetite to take a lunch break before we get into new business? And okay, so shall we reconvene at 1 o'clock? Does that work for everybody? So let's take a break at 12:20 and reconvene at 1 o'clock, please. Thank you. All right, welcome back. And now we're going to start messing with the agenda
Yes.
in order, not
The
not
order,
not in the
yeah.
total. So the next item was going to be the staff report and procedural bylaw updates. But what I'd like to do is insert new business 13C, procedural bylaw amendment from Councillor Graziano as ahead of that, because Councillor Graziano wanted to talk about a procedural bylaw amendment proposal, which could affect what our clerk does with the procedural bylaw. So Councillor Graziano, can I turn it over to you to present your report, please?
You absolutely may, and thank you, Your Worship. So 4 points to the recommendation, which I'll be happy to provide further details on. I'm suggesting that we add to our procedural bylaw a Schedule N, and within the Schedule N, we call it or term it as principles for council. The first resolution would be to allow all members to have a right to hold private retreats or information sessions for the purpose of orientating or informing themselves generally with respect to their work as councillors or exchanging ideas relevant to their work as members. We can work with the wordsmithing if in the event that we want to, should there be any recommendations. The second component to it is that all members have the right to information to help us make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. And I want to emphasize the unless otherwise prevented by law. The third component to this resolution is that all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, specifically when it pertains to us interacting with staff and vice versa, and that we are all approached equally as well as receive an equal support or equal responses and so on. And then lastly, that all members have the rights to be treated with respect and courtesy. With respect to our code of conduct, it specifically states that we treat ourselves or we present ourselves as professionals with decorum. It doesn't really speak to respect or courtesy. It as well, from my understanding, and perhaps the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that the code of conduct was also more specific to council's interactions with staff versus the other way around, and perhaps it is all encompassing, so we can clarify that. But those are the 4 points that I'm recommending to be added under a whole new section, which is Schedule N. Thank you.
Thank you. Not that I want to catch you off guard, but Clerk Wade, did you want to make any response before I ask council their thoughts? Considering it's in your bailiwick, so to speak.
Certainly, Your Worships. My initial reaction would be that if there was going to be a principles of council section, I think it should come under the schedule for roles and responsibilities. I don't know if adding kind of 2 points at the end of equal rights, privileges, obligations, and respect to courtesy would warrant its own schedule. In respect to retreats and information sessions, if a quorum of council is gathered and if they are discussing matters of business, it needs to be open and transparent, and us putting that ability in a procedural bylaw does not negate any provincial laws or legislation surrounding that. As well as right to information. Members of council have the same right to information as a member of the public per numerous court cases. They do have the right to information in order to make decisions, and any information they are required in order to make decisions are provided to them via the agenda process. If there's additional information required, they have the ability to contact staff. So I don't know if there's a need to include those.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper then, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You're pretty quick off the draw there. I just put it up.
Timing.
I'm in support of trying to deal with this in some way. And I just wanted to say that I think we're all right in some ways, but I think we need maybe to flesh some things out here. So one of the things I'm referring to is the Ombudsman's book, which is called Open Meetings. And so this is the Ontario Ombudsman, and basically under the Municipal Act, I'm reading now from the Bible here, is that in order to call something a meeting, there have to be two elements. One, a quorum of members is present. But if you have a quorum of members and they're not materially advancing the business of council, then you don't have a meeting. It's basically what this says. And so I think what may bring some clarity to our code of conduct through this resolution would be to say to us as councillors, yes, you're allowed to do this, and yes, you're allowed to do that, but don't do this. And I think what we're saying is don't do this, and we haven't covered what you are allowed to do, is my interpretation of our code of conduct. So that's why I talk about what you can and can't do. I think it's also important to sort of understand what the intent was there, which is that informal gatherings are not considered to be meetings. And the purpose of that is to be able to allow councillors, even a quorum, all council, in an informal setting, as long as you're not moving forward the business of council, but you're able to discuss matters in an open way that's not moving the business of council forward, but having a discussion, exchanging information should be encouraged. And some of the verbiage in this booklet is to that effect, essentially saying that it's important for council to feel comfortable to have informal meetings, non-meetings, that's the wrong term maybe, but informal gatherings to be able to openly discuss certain things. So that's the way I see it, and the purpose of this, I think, maybe achieves that. Thank you.
Ms. Way.
I respectfully disagree. Your interpretation of a meeting based off of that is correct. It's quorum of council and moving the business forward of the township. However, receiving information, passing information back and forth on a topic that is within the realm of your business or business of the township, that is advancing the business of the township. Even if you feel like you didn't all vote, you're still materially advancing the business of the township. There have been numerous cases throughout the years of members of council getting their hands slapped and getting in trouble for doing this. I'm not recommending and not supportive of anything in our procedural bylaw that would support that. If council wants to get together because you're all attending community event, that's fantastic. We have a notice of assembly clause within our procedural bylaw that certainly permits and encourages that type of gathering. If everyone wants to get together because you all happen to be at the same patio on a summer afternoon and you want to compare boats, that's fantastic, because we're not in the business of selling and making boats, for example. So if a quorum of council is together and you are discussing items that are of township business, whether you feel you're making a decision or not, that is still deemed to be a meeting.
If I could follow up then, please. The operative word is advancing the business of council forward in a meaningful way. And that is not what an information sharing is all about. So what I might suggest, given the importance of this, I think the importance of councillors having the opportunity to have discussions with each other in a very open way without voting on something or moving something forward in a meaningful way. I think we need to hear from the ombudsman, because I'm sorry, I completely disagree. So we're both in a full disagreement as to what we're allowed to do or not. And while I would find it interesting to hear where the ombudsman has come and slapped somebody for doing something illegal, this isn't even illegal. It's not a legal issue. It's a code of conduct issue. And some people misinterpret things like this as being you're doing something illegal. You're not, in my view. So I would like to suggest that before we approve something like this, that we get clarification from that office. So thank you.
I'd just like to clarify, the ombudsman does not investigate our code of conduct, and that is separate from having an illegal meeting, which is per the Municipal Act.
I'm suggesting we get something from somebody to clarify this,
I
this
understand,
issue.
yes.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I appreciate this being brought forward. Of mixed mind on this. But from my perspective, and with respect to Councillor Cooper's comments, a lot of this I think comes down to is perception in the end, because if the public perceives that we are doing something that is incorrect, that's as good as it being incorrect without it being incorrect. And that's becomes a bit of a problem. And I don't want us to be perceived as doing things we shouldn't be doing, whether we're doing them or not. And I think the cleanest way to do it is to make sure we've got it sorted out in our own minds, what we are allowed to do with regards to discussion as council, informally, and we're not allowed to do. And so I would welcome input from, would it be the IC? I don't know. As a presentation to us and a session where we can bring questions forward in this line and get it straight in our own minds what we can and can't do as a group of people versus a assembly of council.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I like the idea of being able to exchange information and ideas with fellow councillors. If I look back on what I think were the shortcomings of the last term of council, we didn't have an opportunity, we didn't make an opportunity to exchange ideas with fellow councillors broadly. Some of us did, many of us didn't. And so I think there's huge value in doing this. The one thing that I hang on to in whatever coaching I've received from the IC or others is that if we show up here at the meeting to consider a topic and our minds are completely made up before we walk in the room from previous exposure to either each other or other sources of information, then that is definitely a fail. But if we have conversations, if we educate ourselves and if we seek to educate our peers and we walk into the room and we continue to have an open mind and we continue to discuss things in a more formal manner, it's quite likely we could change our minds. So the test to me is that we walk into this room with an open mind, open to receiving either new information or new perspectives. But I think that we have, as a township, struggled in the previous term, and I'm not seeing that as being as big an issue this term. And in fact, I'm finding the openness for dialogue with my fellow councillors to be significantly greater, and I'm looking forward to this term of more communication. And I think that we need to get this issue sorted out so that we aren't afraid to continue chatting with each other.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no problem supporting the resolution on hand here, but I can tell you, I would have no desire to sit on a patio with 4 of the faces on this screen to discuss anything at any time. If I decide as a councillor that I'm going to meet at a patio with a number of councillors, I personally am prepared to face the fiddler from the integrity commissioner if it's perceived to be out of order. So I will attend a meeting knowing myself that I'm not in any conflict with the Municipal Act. To put it down in writing in a resolution form, I have no real issue with supporting it. But again, I think as individual councillors, we know what's right and we know what's wrong, and we know how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. So I think it should be taken upon ourselves to just use common sense in these matters. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, do you want to jump in?
Sure, I'll take my turn. Thank you, Mayor. I think that at hand is an issue of public perception. I agree with, all of the comments everybody's making in terms of we're responsible, we know the limits, but I think there's also the fact that members of the public don't know what we talked about or don't know that we followed the rules. And I think that's maybe the heart of what Ms. Way is concerned with. I'm not sure. But I do see, there's times when there's information that we as counselors would like to share with each other. And I think that there are times when email is not viewed as the right forum because of its closed nature, and there's the possibility of being perceived that we've advanced council business through an email discussion. What I'd like to propose, and whether that's part of the procedures that we'll talk about soon, or it's part of this motion that's before us, is would it be appropriate for councillors to have a online forum on our website that the public can't necessarily comment on, but we can pose questions or share information that all councillors would benefit from the knowledge of, but it would be transparent to the public that we weren't advancing township business. It's not an in-person, face-to-face kind of exchange of ideas or information, but it might bridge part of the gap that we're talking about today. But I do think it would be beneficial if we had better clarity about being able to meet in person in those occasions. I know we have an invitation for I think SEGBAY at the end of March, where all of council is invited, and obviously we'll go there and we'll be transparent with the public, but we will all be in the same room at the same time. So I'm assuming there'll be a notice of assembly that we're there. But those opportunities do arise, and I think having the guidelines to make sure that we are within our purview to be able to do that would be great in our bylaws. But I do want to respect the public perception of openness and transparency.
Thank you. I would like to make a couple of comments before I turn over to Councilor Graziano, who's had his hand up for a bit. And I guess I want to go, there's 4 points made here, and I guess I'm glad I'm speaking before you, Councilor Graziano, because you may respond to some of the things I say. The first one, all members have a right to hold private retreats, et cetera, et cetera. Are you saying have the right to hold, each member has a right to hold these retreats or information sessions with the general public or with each other? Because that's not clear in my mind from that particular statement.
That would be with each other.
With each other.
Yes.
I have a real issue with that, frankly, because I think that one of our values should be transparency. That, even Councilor Predko made the example, four or more of us might be at the at an event. In my mind, if we're at that event and the rest of the public happens to see 4 of us chatting away earnestly about something, they can't help but suspect it's business. But it's not being recorded, or it won't look good on us. And I think that's extremely important. I think that if we are to have a retreat, I think either we have a clerk or some other staff member available, such as when we go into training sessions would be one example. And the public knows what we're doing, and the clerk or the CAO or somebody's there to make sure we're within the boundaries. So that's why I would have real concern with the first one, because based on what Councilor Graziano just said, we're basically resolving that we break the law, because there are definite rules about how we can meet. And I think it's extremely important that we respect those rules, because that to me is respect for our residents. All members have the right to information to help make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. I don't understand the purpose of this, because it's already true. we have the same rights as any member of the public to walk up to the front counter and ask for information on X, Y, or Z. If the information is confidential, the only time we're going to receive it is if we're enclosed, and then we have to keep it to ourselves. You know, you can, for instance, you can look up on MPAC what the assessments are of various properties. That's public information. But you can't look up on MPAC whether or not that particular resident has paid their bills or is behind. That's confidential. And I think, you know, I mean, I will admit that there are times in the past I've asked a staff member for information and they basically said no. They said, well, actually, they can't give that to me. Fair enough. I mean, because the information has to be treated with respect. All members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations. Yes and no. All members do have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, with the exception of the mayor. The mayor, through his role, has additional obligations and additional privileges because that's what the Municipal Act says. You know, I am an officer of this corporation. So with my particular position, I don't think the way the system is designed, not all members have my obligations. And all members have the right to be treated with respect and courtesy. Again, we have that in our code of conduct in effect, and I think it goes both ways. What I mean by that is if you have particular examples, if you're not being respected, okay, is it possible that you're not being respected because you weren't showing respect? I don't know. But I think, you know, we have to be, that has to be, however that we finalize that, to me, that we have to make sure it's a two-way thing. Those are my comments at this point. And now I'll turn it over to Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to request a little bit of leeway here, given that I might go over the 2.5 minutes allowed. So I do request that you provide me that. I want to first address a misconception, a common misconception that it is illegal, as I've heard a few say here. Specifically, Section 239, 3.1. So Section 239.3.1 of the Municipal Act specifically says a meeting of council, local board, or a committee of either of them may be closed to the public if the following conditions are both satisfied. Part 2 of this is that at the meeting, no member discusses or otherwise deals with any matters in a way that materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, or committee. That is an excerpt directly out of the Municipal Act. Second to that, if I can, George Russ Dye, for those of you who are unfamiliar with George Russ Dye, has written the Handbook for Municipal Councillors. He is also a LLB and an LLM, which suggests that he has put an extensive law degree. Proceeds to state in his book, members of council may hold a retreat closed to the public for their own self-education, training, or receiving of information, but cannot use it as an opportunity for the advancement of council's business, which is required to be dealt with at a public meeting. So according to Mr. Russ Dye's interpretations of the Act, he specifically confirms that this is possible. Second to that, subsequent to the book's release, he released another article called Room at the Top, the Administration and Governance of Municipalities in Ontario. And on the matter, he specifically states that generally, if a council desires to hold information get-togethers, retreats, bull sessions, workshops, and the like, it must be desirable that it's established in the procedural bylaws when and for what purposes such assemblies may be held. Hence the bylaw request, and hence the request that we codify it in our bylaws. So I did want to address the misconception that this is illegal, because clearly, based on interpretation by subject matter experts in the legal field, as well as in the Act itself, it says that we can, in fact, do this. Now, I want to give a couple of key examples here. I'm sure perception may be concerned if, in the event that constituents saw us at a meeting within council and were gathered, or perhaps abroad somewhere, But if they saw us at a barbecue, I wonder how they would perceive that. If we were all at Councillor Jarvis's property enjoying a barbecue, or if we were at Councillor Predko's property over the holidays enjoying some eggnog, how would perception be, and whether it would be deemed illegal or not? Or what would perception look like if in the event that 4 of us, a quorum of council, were traveling up or traveling around 6 Mile Lake for the 6 Mile Lake Pride Parade, as we have every year annually? How would perception be? Would they be assuming that we are advancing the business of council by attending a pride parade and having 4 of us on a pontoon together? So that is my questions and my comments with respect to this misconception that it's illegal. Second to that, with regards to the documentation, Your Worship, you had advised that it is already something that's offered to us through the Municipal Act, and you're absolutely correct, it is. I'd just like to see it codified within our procedural bylaws, saying that we recognize that and we do and allow for our members of council to be able to obtain information when it's required at our request. It's nothing, nothing that is going beyond the Municipal Act, and I can't foresee why it would be an issue codifying it into our procedural bylaws. With regards to equal rights, again, it's a matter of codifying it into our procedural bylaws, and I would suspect that council here would want to support having equal rights, excluding perhaps yourself, Your Worship, because you're right, as a municipal officer, you do have some additional authority that goes beyond that of a standard council and councillor. So perhaps we amend this to preclude the mayor because of your specially designated powers. And then lastly, with regards to the code of conduct, I would absolutely agree that respect begets respect, and I think that's a common norm. But I would very much like to see that we take the initiative to codify respecting each other, as well as respecting staff, and staff does the same in return for us. And as I articulated earlier in my comments when I first opened up this matter, our code of conduct does not specifically discuss respect. Rather, it states that we have to act in a professional manner with decorum. And that is left for interpretation. I would say that we should codify based on those additional points. So that is it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I would like to thank Councillor Graziano for bringing this forward. I think it's important. Just briefly, I will promise to be quite brief. One is the verbiage has been used that we're breaking the law. I'd like to see the law that we were breaking. I have not been able to find that law, so I would suggest that that be verified, because otherwise it could be considered to be inflammatory, and I certainly wouldn't, or strike fear into the hearts of councillors. And I hope we don't do that, because I think the objective here is to encourage exchange of information in an informal way. And I just once again, I've quoted other things in the handbook from the Ombudsman, but one of the things that's said here is the purpose of the open meeting rules is not to discourage council members from informal or social interactions, informal or social. It's not just social, but ensure that such gatherings are not used as a pretext for conducting council business away from the view of public. Well, fine, but that's not what the purpose is, and that's what he's saying, what's being said by the Ombudsman. I think that's important. Just to clarify a little more about the Councillor's Handbook, I think it's important to understand that George Russ Dye not only has a number of degrees, but has taught at Osgoode Hall, municipal law and municipal litigation since 1971. I'm not sure if he's still practicing or lecturing, but he's won several awards in terms of, he's the International Municipal Lawyers Association. He won an award there. That could go on and on and on. He's the authority in Ontario, and I think it's a very useful tool that our councillors should have. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments that you would like to, Ms. Wayne? Sorry?
If there's no other comments.
Well, I'd like to make a comment too. You want to go, me, you?
No.
Okay. You know, I will accept that my term of against the law or illegal may not be the right terms. However, and I appreciate that, let me call it correction or observation. However, we know that there have been many law cases in the past, and whether or court cases and integrity commissioner cases in the past, where the issue of whether a inappropriate, can I use that word? Inappropriate meeting of council took place has been long debated in various colors. I think, you know, yes, you quoted in a couple of references to meetings that could be considered retreats or informal or what have you. But I think what's very important is that at this point, we do that by having a closed session. Or we announce an assembly when we all are appearing at some event, so that the public is aware that we are gathering, even if they're not part of that gathering or not in the closed session. And I think that's personally, I think that is extremely important. So the public has some idea of what we're up to. My concern is if we choose to have informal meetings that include at least 4 of us gathering around and expressing opinions, exchanging information or whatnot, that the general public would then wonder what are we up to? What backroom deals have taken place? And whether any have taken place or not, I find myself understanding why they might perceive that. And I think that's very important. You know, I consider mostly the three of the resolves here to be somewhat redundant, but so what? I'm not going to fight against them. But I am very concerned about us wanting to put in our rules and procedures the right to hold assemblies, let me call it off the record, without any announcement of closed session or what have you. I cannot support that at this point. I've heard from a couple of you, and I'm sure as has our clerk, that you'd like some other references as to what we can and can't do versus various authorities. And I don't doubt that our clerk would be willing to provide that. But I cannot support the first part of this, which is giving us the right to have assemblies without, let me call it, public notice of one form or another. And with that, Ms. Way, you wanted to respond as well?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to note the term illegal meeting is the commonly accepted phrase to not having an open, transparent meeting that does not follow the closed session regulations per section 239. So yes, some of you may be uncomfortable with the term illegal meeting, but that is the phrase that is used. If it is against a piece of legislation, therefore it is against the law, that means it's illegal. Do we all probably conduct things from time to time that maybe, you know, do we jaywalk sometimes? How many times has someone pulled a U-turn? You know, that doesn't necessarily make something criminal, but it does make it against a piece of provincial legislation. The township has the code of conduct, which is for members of council and members of committees. That's meant to be a mutually respectful document to go back and forth. We also have the respect in the workplace policy that is very specific to the conduct of staff as well as members of council, and that is an all-inclusive document that has a full process that specifically references the word respect and harassment and behavior. You know, there was very good examples provided by Councillor Graziano and Councillor Cooper of when a notice of assembly would be used, training exercises, social gatherings such as the SSEA award show, the Pride Parade that's coming up in 6 Mile. Like, all of those things are great examples of when a notice of assembly would be issued, which is already captured within the procedural bylaw. And I would hope that continuing on for these things, we would be able to provide an open and transparent notice to the public to advise when our counselors may be together and what that purpose might be. And you know what, if it's that we're supporting the Pride community in Georgian Bay, I think that's fantastic. And the public would love to hear that that's what we're doing. Points, you know, 2, in regards to the records, there's nothing I can put in here that changes what's already enacted by law. If it makes council feel better that it's included, that's fine. But I think perhaps it should be provided under a separate, not under section N as suggested, but perhaps under the agenda portion of it where it references how we perceive information. In regards to points 3 and 4, I believe these points are already covered in multiple pieces of documentation and policies and legislation that we already have. If council's wish is to have them included, that's fine. But again, I think it should be under the rules and responsibilities section of the procedural bylaw, not under Schedule N. At no point will I be supporting the inclusion of retreats or information sessions as it's been proposed for council to get together and discuss ideas. I think really what we're debating here is a definition of the advancement of municipal business. And at this point, I think we're almost going to have to agree to disagree because I'm not interested in constantly repeating myself on what I think advancing the business is. And if that's something council's interested in, then I would request I have permission to spend up to $5,000 to obtain legal opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for that. And I'm certainly hoping that we don't have to spend $5,000, but
Up to.
well, 5 cents would be better. But I do believe that it would be important to understand how we're breaking the law if we're exchanging information between counselors, even if we're all in the room or there's more than 4. I need to see that. And I would like to also frankly see where there's Superior Court or wherever you can find it. I'd like to see the cases that you're referring to, because there's also in this handbook cases that support some of the things that are being said by me today. And I find that you know, we're not getting to any conclusion here. And frankly, to govern exchanges of information with notice of assembly. So exchanges of information for our counselors, 4 of us or more, and having to put up a notice of assembly is absurd as far as I'm concerned. So I see no need for that, because we're not advancing the business of council when we're exchanging information. They're 2 very distinct things, and we need to see some evidence of the only way to really figure this out is to say, okay, here's an example of what it should look like. And if it is that way and it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, fine. There's an example of what you shouldn't do, but here's an example of what you can do. There are several examples of what you can do. And that's what I'd like to have us as an organization get to the bottom of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
With all respect to George Rostite, because I do appreciate his background and his knowledge, both very, very significant sources of very, very good information. But we're living in a day and age where public perception of governments in general is not positive. I don't want there to be, and I've already said this, any perception that what we're doing is something that's going against what we should be doing as council. I would like nothing better than to sit down and have a barbecue with any of you and discuss this further. But I think we'd have to have notice of assembly in which to do it. And I think that's the best way to handle it right now. Short of spending significant amount of money to bring in an IC on this or somebody else, I think what we're finding right now, even in this discussion, is we're not agreeing on how we should be handling this, which in itself should be telling enough. I'd have a hard time supporting the concept of any kind of get together meeting, whatever, even if we know that we are only trying to enlighten ourselves on any or several issues. Because I don't think that there are people that are not well-meaning and they could take it a different way. And I don't want to be standing in front of the public trying to explain to them what it is we discussed at a meeting and why it was not advancing council business.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great conversation here. I think it's been needed to happen for quite some time because it keeps rearing its ugly head year after year. My question is to Karen. Karen, if I were to send you an email tomorrow or call you tomorrow and say, Karen, it's Councillor Bocheck. I'm having an assembly of council involving Councillor Cooper, myself, Councillor Hazelton, and Councillor Jarvis. Could you please take note of that? Thank you very much and hang up the phone. Is there an issue with that? In other words, I don't want to phone and ask for permission to have an assembly of council members. I want to phone and inform you that we're going to be having a collection of councillors get together. Is this something that you would be satisfied with, or do you feel that this is inappropriate behavior?
It would depend on what you're doing when you're together. So the clerk
But
is.
I'm not going to tell you what we're doing together. I'm simply saying that I would like to have a notice of assembly for 4 councillors and not give you any explanation why. And will you say thank you? I will put the notification out there.
No. No, because the notice of assembly must include what it is you're doing together. So the general topic of discussion, or if you're attending an event, it needs to say, sometimes it'll say that, specific to training, other times it'll list a specific event that's happening. But it needs to say why or what that you're doing. You can't just say we're getting together.
Okay, because there's a fine line here. I know that when we assemble together for events, say we're doing a flag raising for Gay Pride, the LBGT group, there's 4 councillors or 5 councillors that are there. And we may say to each other, this is a great organization. We're going to support this, when they bring their funding application, right? We've advanced the business of council. There was no harm done by it. And so, I'm in favor of having informal meetings of council members, but at the same time, if there was the ability for us to notify our clerk that we were going to have this assembly and it was to have cheeseburgers, do we have a problem with that?
Like, are you taking lessons to have a cooking class on cheeseburgers? Like I think that wouldn't be best practice by any means. I mean, I could certainly post a notice of assembly saying 12 o'clock, you're all getting together at Councillor Bocheck's for a barbecue of cheeseburgers. I don't know how the public will perceive that, but at least that tells the public what it is you're doing.
I think that's what we're trying to achieve is the perception of the public knowing that there's a gathering of councillors for an event of some type. So while I'm in support of the resolutions that are put forward here, I think there needs to be a little bit of tweaking done to ensure that we don't put an extra burden on staff because we know that they're already quite busy, and that it doesn't put any of our staff in jeopardy of doing something that is illegal. And I'm going to use the word illegal. So to get an opinion, to get a legal opinion on this particular resolution and how we're going to be held liable or accountable, I think is a good idea. I think we could phone any one of our lawyers or even go to district and ask the solicitor there some questions, and we could have this conversation in closed council and get the gist behind it. But I don't think there's enough reasoning here to defeat this motion as it stands, because I would be willing to defend it in front of an integrity commissioner at any given time. And I would feel confident that I had not breached any municipal act in doing so. So there's some unanswered questions here, but I think it's a resolution that warrants some in-depth discussion. And if we can't figure it out today, I want this to remain relevant and until we get a firm decision on it. Thank you.
One of the options that this council has, if they choose, is to refer or defer, so that they would come back sometime in the future. That's one option. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put things into perspective for a moment, if I can. As it stands right now, based on our procedural bylaws and the expectations, we cannot attend AMO together we cannot carpool rather to AMO. We cannot take a train to the AMO conference in August together with quorum of council. I cannot sit and talk to 4 of my councillors about a snowmobile accident that occurred on 6 Mile Lake without notifying our clerk when we have quorum of council. And this is what I think is intended by the sharing of information. It's not to provide trade secrets or discuss what's upcoming, rather issues that are confronting us real time. And that's, I think, the other component here that we failed to realize is that as much as it is that we try to adhere to our procedural bylaws and as much as we'd like to, sometimes events happen very, very quickly. And we need to be able to share information. Now, we've already attempted to share information through emails and have been just, told that could be perceived as materially advancing the business of council, although we've never had any legal opinion. At what point are councillors able to discuss issues within our township amongst each other that does not materially advance council? At what point can we get together and, as Councillor Bocek said, have a burger with each other, attend a retreat where we work with each other on building our own or nurturing our own relationships amongst each other without having to notify our clerk? And at the end of the day, I would say that, yes, I agree. If we need to seek legal counsel, what I would like to see, if in the event that this is the direction that we are going to be going down, is I would like to see us pass a resolution that says that suffice it that legal counsel confirms we are, and verifies what, Mr. Dye states in his handbook for municipal councillors and amongst his other articles, that we can proceed and not have to bring this before council again. Rather, it is automatically passed. So my comments. Thank you.
I've not seen any hands raised, or is your hand being raised, Ms. Clerkway? Okay, well, I will tell you that I have real difficulty with the last comment you made, Councillor Graziano, because I don't want to say something. I would not like us to approve something subject to legal opinion without hearing that legal opinion. And so I'd be very hesitant to do that. I would much rather, and I think this is the most appropriate direction to go with this, and I'm going to ask council shortly their opinion, but I'd much rather, and I always get confused between referred and deferred, but I'd much rather postpone this decision until we have some more information with which to discuss what constitutes an illegal assembly and what does not. Because I think that's, to me, I believe that's really the decision in front of us as council is we don't want to permit something that would be an illegal assembly, but we do want to permit legal assemblies. And I think we all would like clarification of where that line is drawn. Councillor Cooper, you wanted to comment on that? But there are different religions in this world.
The other piece of information I think we need to understand is what is specifically, or whatever the term is, advancing the business of council. What is and what isn't. If we can clarify that through legal counsel, and frankly, I'd like to see case law. I'm sorry, but an opinion isn't good enough. I want to see case law that would support either, and I think the questions that are put to whoever's advising us need to be on both sides of this question. In other words, I want you to find case law that says that, you know, we have to have declare a meeting all the time, regardless, and the councillors can't exchange information. That's one side of it. I want the other side of it, which is that we should be free to exchange information. So the question is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I would echo that. I agree. I think that an opinion is one thing, but I'd like to see supporting case law, specifically around, the merits behind each comment that our legal counsel provides, just so I can understand. I'd also like to be able to submit my own legal opinion if possible. I have had my municipal lawyer review this and provide me with his opinion, and I'd like to be able to submit that for councillors to review, if that's the case. And if I may also request that we proceed to vote on the other three issues. So if we do refer this portion, specifically the first of my 4 resolutions, that we vote today on the other 3 and proceed with the other 3. So we just bring back to council the one matter. Thank you.
Through your worship, if council is to accept Councillor Graziano's legal opinion that he has provided from his own municipal lawyer, we would need some context as to what the information was, or we need to be able to propose the same question to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples. I think all legal opinions are based off of case law, or they should be, and if that's not the case, then you shouldn't be getting a legal opinion from that lawyer. But I do take exception to the comments about having the resolution or ensuring that we have a legal opinion that supports your perspective, because there's been a couple of comments about that, and that's not the purpose of a legal opinion. But like I said, I've asked for a legal opinion on the definition of advancing the business, so I'm in support of that.
And then further to your request to breaking this into 2 separate motions, I'm a little hesitant to do that for the simple reason that they all refer to a Schedule N, and I think a Schedule N, if I would like to have the total package, including the legal advice that we're going to try to obtain over the next little while before determining what would be appropriate to put into that Schedule N if we decide to go in that direction. Councillor Hazelton, I don't think you've made too much comment so far on this since after the first round.
I'm trying to be quiet, not chew up my 2.5 minutes. I think we want to make sure that if there is a reaching out to a lawyer, that the context of a decision or recommendation that goes against what George Rushdie has provided is front and center in whenever any legal opinions kind of terms of reference. We all went to the District of Muskoka. We all heard them suggest that the George Rushdie book was a key book of guidance. And if we are reading it and it suggests, as the quotes do suggest, that we don't have problems with things that are being suggested, and a lawyer wants to offer a different opinion, then I would suggest that that lawyer would need to justify why he is violating this highly recommended author. And then the next question would be, well, what else is in this manual of counselor, this handbook for counselors? What else is misleading to us? Because if we want to start throwing that out, then where else do we go? So I'm very concerned that we've got all kinds of coaching in the past to look to this book as a guideline, and I would be very concerned if a lawyer came back with differing opinions. Thank you.
it is very clear to me that we require more information before we call a final vote on this. So I'm going to recommend referring this back to our clerk's department and she has a long list of items to look up, but it includes the appropriate definition of legal assembly versus illegal assembly, of what advancing business of council does or does not include, and various case laws and the legal opinions on these matters, including there was specific reference to, what's the last item?
George Rust dash D apostrophe I.
Thank you.
Rusty I. And if I can make a point of order, your worship. I would like to call a vote to separate the two out, so we can actually proceed to vote on the other three. And again, refer to the legal matter, the legal opinion matter as an individual. Ms. Way has already articulated that she would prefer to place the other three matters in other sections of our procedural bylaw, which I have no objections to. So clearly we can proceed without having to create a section Schedule N.
Yes, that's fine.
So there's a point of order. So I guess that puts you in charge of the meeting.
I don't think point of order was used in the right context in that sentence, but that's okay. Yes, we can separate the other 3 points out and refer the first point back to legal counsel or staff for review.
Well, I just want to clarify, because I believe I heard Councillor Graziano call a point of order, and I thought the normal procedure is once the councillor calls that, we got to follow certain procedures. Was that your intent?
Well, it was my intent, given that we were under the impression that we could not put it under outside of the Schedule N. But if the clerk does confirm that we can proceed with the other three outside of Schedule N, then there's no sense and it becomes moot.
I feel like you two are having slightly different conversations. All of that aside, I think that the answer we're all looking for is point 1 is going to be deferred to legal counsel. We can do that in one resolution. Points 2 through 4, we can approve in a separate resolution. As long as I'm asking, as long as there's direction, or if we remove the Schedule N portion, which I think is in agreement with everyone. So.
All right. So. Okay, well, I actually was going to look at you as well, because the firster and the seconder of this motion, I'm going to have them all, whatever we do, presuming I have and I appreciate your confirmation, Councillor Cooper, here, that we have that. So that
recorded vote, please.
Okay. That do these 3.
Okay, well, but then we have to get rid of this one about Schedule N if we're not doing that quite yet. And then we further the staff include a provision.
Just anyways.
Yeah. All right, so let's try this. And I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has procedural bylaw 2021-080, which outlines our operating procedures for council members and staff. And whereas bylaw 2021-80 has numerous schedules, no, we don't need that part because we're not going to do the schedule part. Okay. Okay. Sorry, let me try this one more time. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper, whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has a procedural bylaw 2021-080, which outlines our operating procedures for council members and staff. And whereas bylaw 2021-8 does not address principles of council, its members and staff, be it resolved, the township staff include a provision which states all members have the right to information to help make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. And Be it further resolved, the township staff also include a provision which states all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations. And be it finally resolved that staff also include a provision that states all members have the right to be treated with respect and courtesy.
May I add one thing?
Please.
That we add a provision to our procedural bylaws, unless you don't feel that it's required.
No, yeah, sorry, because we took that out of here. Just include.
Okay,
within-
whereas bylaw 20 has numerous schedule.
Well, it's kind of implied,
Yeah.
but it's not just be included within the procedural bylaw. We just have that.
Be also be included in procedural bylaw. All right, would you like me to read the whole thing again, or is that okay? Sorry, Councilor Jarvis? Please go ahead.
Point of clarification, I understand where we're going at with this, but did I not hear through you and through our clerk that these three items are already addressed within our procedural bylaw or code of conduct and just the public's right to information? In other words, wouldn't this be redundant?
Ms. Way.
They are covered in other pieces of policies and bylaws, but it doesn't hurt to reinforce the same thing.
I can accept that.
In other words, yes, they are redundant. I think is what she's saying in a longer way.
That's this page.
Yes.
There we go.
Councilor Bocek.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. For clarity, equal access. I'm not sure what that is, but I know what access I have. And I know the way I've conducted business at council for the last 9 years. So perhaps there needs to be an education on what equal access is, because maybe I need to contour some of my actions or the way I do things when addressing staff, senior staff, whatever. Because if we're looking for change, we have to have some measure or some way of identifying that we are doing something wrong or we need to follow specific rules. Because if we're going to be all treated the same way, we need some sort of guide. Because say, for example, if I come to the front counter and I'm given access to the boardroom to do some work and I stop in and see somebody and ask them a question, does everyone on council not have that ability? And if they don't, why not? And if they don't, maybe I shouldn't be carrying that practice forward. I should be following some sort of guidelines. So I'm a little unclear on exactly, well, I'm not unclear on what the resolution is meant to resolve, but I'm a little unclear of the action that it's going to need to make that possible. If that makes any sense to anybody but me.
I can't speak for everybody else, but it makes some sense to me. But I don't think that's part of our resolution.
I don't want to put words in CAO Mariotti's mouth, but I was going to, perhaps he may respond. Or I was going to say, if someone crossed the line, I'm sure they would be informed, but.
Yeah, through you, Mekutsia. Yeah, I mean, staff wants to work together with council, obviously, and I think council has had and does continue to have good interactions. I'm looking across the table. I think council all deals with members of staff here at this table. So And as Ms. Way says, if there's a point that there is a crossing of the line, council's aware that they will be informed of that. So.
Thank you for the explanation, Mr. CEO.
I'm, this is really suggesting that everybody have equal access. It's almost like a democratic statement that we have open and equal access. I think is sort of what is being driven at here. And why shouldn't we want that? We do get it and expect it, but why not state it? There's no harm, no foul that I see. Thank you.
If I may clarify.
Please.
Yes, so the intent of the resolution is to ensure that we all as councillors have equal access to all facets of the township and within our rights, as well as to staff. And it precludes any, for lack of a better term, favoritism perhaps that's being offered from one councillor to another, or any facilities that are being opened up to one councillor over another. It's really just saying that we agree that we are all equal and we are all going to be applied equally, and that senior management staff will all make themselves available, and that we can all come in and use the boardroom as Councillor Bocek has, as his example. So it's really just to simplify, and it's all encompassing, overarching. It doesn't need to be specific to one or individual issues. Thanks.
For those who are wondering, we're waiting while Ms. Way continues to write out what she's about to take the vote on. I think we can argue we're all more equal, and that we have spent over an hour discussing this matter. So we're at an advantage situation versus most residents. So I think you already are more equal, Councillor Hazelton. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, apologies. I'm like half listening and half writing something else at the same time. This is resolution 2. Resolution 1 is recorded vote, which is on points 2, 3, and 4.
Does anyone need the resolution read again?
No, I don't need it read again.
Okay. There's only 2 votes.
Okay, perfect.
It would be nice if we were all privy to that conversation.
Sorry, Brian. We're going to have a recorded vote on 2 matters, not 1. Thank you.
Okay, let the record show. Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No, let's make sure we're talking here.
For points, for the inclusion of all members have the right to information to make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. All members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations. All members have the right to be treated with respect and courtesy, to have an inclusion within the procedural bylaw. Correct. Yes. Okay. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
My speaker wasn't on, so yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 6-1.
The resolution that the clerk drafted up for us on the other portion is moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper, Be it resolved that staff be directed to obtain a legal opinion per all members have a right to hold private retreats or information sessions for the purpose of orienting or informing themselves, general counsel, generally with respect to their work as counselors or exchanging ideas relevant to their work as members of the body in question. And that staff be approved to spend up to $4,000 in legal costs from council's legal budget, and that Councillor Graziano's legal counsel be provided the same request for legal opinion as the municipal lawyer to be included in the agenda to be brought forward, and that Councillor Graziano's legal counsel be at his personal expense. All right.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Pretko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion carries 4-3.
All right. Not that we haven't given you enough already, but what does this do to your procedural bylaw update? Do you want to postpone that at this point or carry on?
I would prefer to have it referred back to staff
Okay.
and then it all comes forward at once. So we're not doing this in pieces. If that's
All
agreeable to
those
council.
in favor of referring procedural bylaw updates from the clerk's department, then that is carried unanimously. Okay, so having taken care of that and that, we're now, I think, going to Councillor Hazelton, are we not?
No, we're going to Brad's report,
Oh, that's right, we have an F. I apologize.
which has been provided. Everyone should have a copy.
Oh, yes. We're now going to the operations report for the Middleton subdivision security release. So Mr. Sokash, we're receiving this report for the first time as council, because I understand it's a last minute situation. So if you'd be so kind as to enlighten us as to what you're hoping to get from council.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I'm asking of council is a resolution to reduce the securities that we're holding for the Middleton subdivision, which is located in Bactier. This is for both phases, as well as a resolution to start the maintenance period of the project, which is also known as issuance of the certificate of substantial completion, and backdating it to December 8th, 2022, just to catch up on some time that has passed since the last inspection. This development was approved many years ago as part of the development agreement. Once it reaches a point where building permits can be issued, the road is being constructed, everything is draining correctly, and we've done a final inspection, then the developer has the opportunity to request a reduction in the securities as well as the start of the maintenance period, which has happened. We had an inspection in December 8th with myself as well as representative of Ainley's. There is a deficiency list, but it is relatively minor. Securities that will be held are to cover any of the outstanding deficiencies as well as the top course of asphalt and an allowance for any future legal or consulting fees. Thank you.
So this is, dare I call it, I don't want to say routine, but this is a normal procedure in a development like this, that the securities get reduced as the various conditions are met.
Through the mayor, that is correct, Your Worship. I do prefer to bring these to council as opposed to having staff do them to the numbers involved and the arguments from the financial person as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Sokash, just this is relatively new to us, and so I didn't get a great deal of time to review it. But given that this is somewhat standard, I wonder, and perhaps you can provide some clarity on this. I wonder whether or not this in any way, shapes or form affects our leverage over the developer. We've had we still have some continuous issues with other developments in our township. And would this in any way, shape, or form hinder our ability to request that the developer adhere to any issues that arise downstream?
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, this releasing these funds or starting the maintenance period would not impact that. We still have an agreement with them. It is a legal agreement. We still have securities from them. If things went absolutely pie shaped, and I don't know how they could, but if they were to, there is a responsibility for the developer to top up the securities if we have to draw on them. I am comfortable with the request in this situation and therefore recommend it.
Thank you, Mr. Sokash.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize because I didn't read the report in depth because I didn't think it was one that was worth debating. But quick question, Brad. Is this a return or a release of a letter of credit, or is this actually the transfer of funds that were held in trust back to the developer?
Through the mayor, it is very similar to a letter of credit, but it's actually closer to a performance bond. So the developer is paying a monthly fee for the bond. If we want to draw on it, we just contact the bonding company and they give us the money.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, mine is a question of math. Sorry. Yeah, you better have your calculator. They've requested that we retain 100,994 and 78,000 yada yada respectively, and we're going back to them with the 158 and the 150 instead.
Through the mayor, correct. There are two reasons for that. First of all, the asphalt price, we have Ainley's review it and provide us their estimate. They've, it's their opinion, it's a little bit higher than what's been proposed by the developer's consultant. Secondly, there's a requirement or the ability for us to hold 10% of the total project cost until final release. Whether it's an error in calculation or hopeful thinking, the developer did 10% of the remaining securities. So that's why there's a difference between what they've requested and what we're recommending.
Prepared to give. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Be very brief here, Brad. Just the second bullet at the top under report highlights. What's the significance of backdating the last site or backdating this to the last site inspection? We don't have any reason to believe there's been any change there, I assume. So just curious as to why we're backdating it. Thank you. Was there some sort of time limit or that we've missed, or what does that mean?
Through the mayor, I just have to temper my response. There's a little bit of legal advice that's involved in this. Typically, we would have the inspection on February 8th. If everything's great, we come back to January. There was a bit of an incident, I would say, that has been, looks like it's resolved, and it held off us bringing this report forward. But in the interest of fairness, we feel it is appropriate for us to backdate the certificate of substantial completion.
Thank you. Fair enough.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor. And then just for more clarification, at the end of the 2-year maintenance period, the bond gets returned to them?
Through the mayor. So after 2 years, the developer requests an inspection by the township as well as their consultant. We go out and do it. If everything is great, then we'll come back to council and recommend all the securities be released. If everything is not great, if there are still some issues outstanding, we'll identify them, give the developer an opportunity to repair them. And until that's taken care of, it won't come back to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis and Cooper, those new hands or old hands that I'm seeing on screen? Old, okay. That's okay. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that securities for the Middleton subdivision development in MAC tier be reduced to $158,689.18 for subdivision S2005-05 and $150,969.32 for subdivision S2005-06. And that the certificate of substantial completion be issued to start the 2-year maintenance period and that it be dated December 8th, 2022. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now, can I go to Councillor Hazelton? After, an hour and 20 minutes after I first said I was going to go to him. Councillor Hazelton, you've been so patient.
I don't want to talk now.
Just move on.
Okay, so as everybody knows from our endless budget discussions, we're having budget challenges. And one of the things that occurred to me as we looked at budget challenges is the costs associated with handling some of the large projects. And so I put this resolution together mainly because I felt that it was important for us as council to know if in fact we are ever getting close to recovering the costs that we are incurring for significant projects, or if we have a fee structure issue or other issues. And so given the assumption that everything goes to the accounting department and the accounting department counts all the beans and all you really have to do is create a little report and push a button. I just assumed this was a trivial exercise, but sadly I've been informed that it isn't a trivial exercise, but it may be a great project for the junior planners to get some of the information into the planning system, the financial system. I'm not quite sure, but the point I was trying to get to is trying to understand what it's costing us for some of these applications. And there is some information that our Director of Finance provided through both Councillor Jarvis and myself on 4 significant projects. I don't know if this is public information, so I won't read it off. But to me, it's astronomical how much money we have incurred on behalf of just 4 different projects. And I would guess for those 4 different projects are probably over $300,000 or sorry, $200,000 or 250, whatever. Anyways,
Councillor Jarvis can help you with the math, I'm sure.
Well, whatever, it's a big number. And I guess 2 areas of concern that I have that kind of support this resolution. Number one, we have no idea what these things are costing us. And I think in the world of transparency and visibility, we as council should have visibility into what these projects are costing our residents. And secondly, in a world of kind of pay for what you get kind of thing, if there are projects that are costing the township massive amounts of money, and those are being spread across all of the residents, and it has nothing to do with all of those residents, then I think we have a funding formula problem that we need to deal with. So that was kind of the key motivation of this resolution.
Thank you. Any staff member want to respond to this before I turn it over to council? I'm not seeing any volunteers, so let's turn it over to council. Any councillor want to make any comments? And while you're thinking, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. The only comment that I'd make is if we endeavor to proceed with this and council wills it, I'd like to see perhaps this fall under or dovetail well into the community plan review that we're doing. Perhaps this would be a good endeavor for a part-time student to also assist in. Thank you.
I guess I have a couple of questions. Oh, Councillor Jarvis, you want to go ahead?
I just want to add my support to the concept of having somebody look into this. And yeah, I was amazed at the number and what it was for when I asked for some information, which was great. I got a response and the information was forthcoming, which is good. It's just, it was rather eye-opening to see it. And I think if we can get a better handle on that and determine whether it's logical to transfer that cost to people putting the applications in, maybe it makes sense. But yeah, study would be good.
Councillor Predko. Oh, Miss, do you want to say something before Councillor Predko goes ahead? Go ahead. I'll give it over to you and then Councillor Predko.
Through your worship, I just wanted to mention that the questions that were brought forward were related to the legal summary that was part of the consent agenda today. These legal fees are not part of our user fee schedules. These are fees that are borne by the township. We've gotten a legal opinion already stating that OLT costs are not recoverable. So no matter what those costs are, there's no way for us to recover those costs. So I did not see the link between the request for information on the legal summary to this motion in particular.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think reviewing our planning costs is a useful exercise, especially considering our budget and the escalating costs that we've seen. And I think in there, if not, I'm not mistaken, maybe Mr. Mariotti can confirm that there was a review for costing of the planning fees for 2024, or is that my misunderstanding?
Yeah, through you, Mercusia. I think in very broad strokes, I know staff have said in the past that our fees are some of the lowest in the province. So we're aware that we need to adjust those. And as soon as we get some bench strength back in the planning department, we'll be looking at that. Ideally, yes, 2024. I mean, as soon as we can, we really want to get to start recovering or charging what is fair, really, amongst our neighbours.
Okay, and then I would assume that we don't have a request for how this information is going to be presented if it's this motion is approved, but I would assume that we'd be protecting people's personal information in some sort of summary format that this would be given back to council.
I'm not too sure. I mean, obviously, we want to try and keep it as generic as possible so that it doesn't, specifically state who and where. I can't answer in terms of if there's, say, a freedom of information request, that information would not actually come forward. Maybe I'll pass that over to Ms. Way if there's any kind of personal information that could be requested in terms of fees that they may have paid for planning applications.
This way.
It's kind of a fine line because potentially how much one app, I mean, we could break it down per application, but we're not necessarily saying this person paid for this, right? Like we could say application 1 or application 2. I mean, we know who they are generally because it's fairly public process, but I mean, their address is what's made public. Their names are usually made public, but not always. So it would, I don't have like a black and white answer to give you. It would depend.
I mean, I guess my perspective, and I don't know if we should make a friendly amendment, but would be to exclude personal information so that we're just dealing with the financial numbers rather than personalizing it.
Councillor Hazelton, you want to make an additional remark?
Yes, and thank you. I have no problem with the a friendly amendment to restrict it to non-personal information. That's not the objective here. The objective is, in my opinion, is for us to learn what the costs are and understand where we need to make changes. And as far as I'm concerned, it could be application number 1, application number 10, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Pick a project value and then give us some insights into what it's costing us. And I'll thank our Director of Finance for clarifying that the numbers that I saw through an email may be LPAT numbers or OLT numbers, but we do have, as I understand it, we do have from time to time, departments in our township reaching out to get legal advice on planning related matters that add into the overall cost of that, the dealing with that application. And I think that in fairness, we're probably not given a good insight into what these applications are costing us as a township, and how can we possibly set fees that are appropriate if we don't have full transparent information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek. Councillor Bocek, I think you're still muted.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Councillor Pretko brought up a good point about information getting out to the public. Could this report not come back to us in council since it is, or in closed session, since we are dealing with matters of legality and I would like to get the full picture of this, and I wouldn't like a bunch of black magic marker put through the report, not showing me who we're talking about or what we're talking about. So I think to achieve this, could we not come back into closed session with this report? And I'm going to ask this question to our clerk.
His way.
Similar to the legal fees listing, or not the legal fees listing, the legal fees costing that you get in open session, this would be the same kind of approach. So I think there's probably a way that we can maybe classify it per application, whether we give each application a code or something, but without necessarily identifying who's who. Depending on what information has already been made public on that application would depend on what we can identify and not identify. So again, sorry, it's not a straight answer.
Thank you then. Councillor Cooper.
Short and sweet again. I reviewed the legal file reporting. We had legals of over $1 million in 5 years. We spent close to $250,000 last year, but under planning, of that million, almost $750,000 was planning. So I just want to sort of highlight the importance of us focusing like lasers on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, you have an additional remark?
Yeah, just a very brief comment. Even if we were to separate out the OLT matter, I'd still like to understand the margins that we are receiving on our fees, given that we understand that we are undervalued. I'd like to be able to understand what percentage of the actual total cost for applicants is anything net beyond what our initial costs are. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Ms. Boutier, I saw your hand a little earlier, and then we'll go to Mr. Smith.
I'm just looking for clarity through your worship. If we're talking about external costs or total cost, because if we're talking about internal costs, we don't have a mechanism for tracking time on each applications at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To piggyback on Julie's comments, is where exactly are we looking for? We talked some legal fees. We talked legal fees in relationships to appeals. We've talked legal fees in relationship to registering kind of documents such as subdivision agreements or having comments done on site plan agreements that were used in the past. It's gone through legal as part of an application. We've talked about general planning fees in relationship to just staff costs in relationship to what we charge for an application. So I guess, as we move forward to put some numbers together at the end, it just, the clarification or clarity in the motion is very important across those three things, because as some of the councillors have pointed out, things such as OLT fees, where the township has refused an application are going to go 100% back to us for cost. Where we are in agreement with an applicant, then we have the applicant bear a significant portion of the cost. But from what I've been able to see from your past tribunal costs is that usually we're on the one side and representing the taxpayer overall, and therefore bearing the costs. Going back to what you mentioned, Councillor Hazelton, and taking a look at what it costs us to process quote unquote an average application versus what we our planning department total costs are for the year for our current FTEs. Yeah, we can I think certainly come up with that, and that is always a valuable way I think of you understanding what portion of the fees you expect an applicant to cover and what portion of the fee, if any, you expect a general taxpayer to cover off. So thank you.
Thank you. I find myself with a few questions on this that I'd like to ask. The first one is in the proposed motion makes reference to a project value of greater than 100,000. I'm presuming that's the estimated building cost. And I'm thinking in today's market, you're not going to get much building done for $100,000. And is that too low a threshold? And I have no idea where our percentages would be in our, building applications. How many are for projects under 100 versus over 100? Secondly, we know that in the past couple of years, a significant portion of our planning reviews have been done by outside consultants, JL Richards, for instance. And I'm willing to venture that they cost probably 3 times, if not 4 times as much per hour than an insider doing the work. And therefore, if we were able to track those costs by application, I think our jobs would drop that much farther in the last couple of years than they would have, say, 4 or 5 years ago when we were closer to fully staffed. And I think we have to take that into account. But I also heard that at this point, we're not asking our planning staff to track their hours by project number. And therefore, the best they can do is estimate. And obviously it could be really broad, and you can say, well, we spent $250,000 and we only collected 100,000 worth of fees during this period, and therefore we know that all our fees should be at least doubled, if not tripled. But I guess I'm a little nervous, and I want to get confirmation from staff. I'm a little hesitant to ask staff to spend a whole pile of money trying to come up with numbers that maybe we can be making the problem worse in the sense that we don't want to spend too much time tracking. I have no problem with the first two. I have no problem with the whereases because we don't have as much visibility in the total cost as we would like, but I am hesitant to ask staff to do it by project just because I think we're asking them to do too much. But if asking them to provide a township cost and recovery summary on a quarterly basis, if we ask them to do that, I'll call it in total, I think that's a reasonable request. So to me, and I'm going to put this over to Councilor Hazelton and the rest of council. I think the therefore be it resolved. I don't have a problem with that. But I think as long as we don't expect staff to do it on a project by project basis, unless there's 1 or 2 exceptions that they feel is worth highlighting. Councilor Hazelton.
So what I'm going to say may sound critical, and it's not critical. Don't interpret it that way. Yes, I'm wagging my finger at you because you always tell me I'm critical. I'm not critical. I'm just saying that in business, you wouldn't operate a business without having this information. You would die in a heartbeat. We need to know in our township if we're bleeding badly in these areas, and if what I'm asking for is too much as a first step, then we need to find some notional way of starting the path to get there, so that we can be looking at this being something that we lock into in 6 months or a year. But if we don't recognize that this is absolutely mandatory in running a business, and the township corporation is a business, we need to figure this out. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Sorry, you caught me there. I totally agree with you, Councillor. I think we should be able to tell you we processed 14 applications in 2022. We processed 140 applications broken down into these various categories. There was the revenue theoretically based on those categories, the in-house revenue, not the flow-through revenue like our reviews and so on and so forth, of which we do a lot with environmental consultants. And say in relationship to our assigned FTE, here's where we stand in terms of recovery. Now I'll prejudice by of course asking Julie in some respects to say, well, now we can do that, and that gives us a very, very gross large scale number, because embedded in all of that, of course, is training on a day-to-day basis, which we do more of it at the moment than you do with a fully on-board team. Learning process this year kind of thing is a lot longer. So went back to one of the councillors mentioning before, we take 4 times as long. We do, because there's also a big learning curve on that. And theoretically, as we get better and more knowledgeable, our time per application will go down. But our time includes a lot of those other things of staff training and so on and so forth within that. But we should be able to give you possibly a gross number, and maybe Julie can speak to that overall. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is directed at our CAO as well as Mr. Smith. Either can answer, and it's just a question. I on a daily basis work with a tool that tracks time, as we are a timed service. And I wonder, would there be any benefit for future? This may not speak to the current motion before, but it kind of is in line with the motion. Would there be any benefit for staff to have an opportunity to work with a tool that does track time for future reference, should we want to be able to understand the total costs on perhaps each file? We don't need to see the actual specific data that can be held within staff's vaults, if you want to call that. And however, it allows you to run very quick time reports on each file to determine whether the costs associated with that file, whether the margins were there, or whether we went well beyond and the costs were actually now a loss to us. Is that something that would interest staff?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, I'll defer to Ms. Bouthelette, because as council knows, Ms. Bouthelette has been in charge of modernizing our tools and processes. So I'll pass that on to her. But before I do that, I think this is a good example of possibly including developing a tracking tool and monitoring tool as part of a fiscal governance KPI. I think this would be a good one of the KPIs on that front. But over to you, Ms. Bouthelette.
Through you, Your Worship, as council is aware, and some new councillors might not be as aware, but we did get quite a bit of modernization funding over the last few years. And council has determined that we move forward with a new software, which is an integrated software throughout the corporation for multiple facets of what we do. And through this new software, we also have what is called a service request that turns into work orders, which allows everything that goes through the system to be tracked. So these could be calls on any kind of subject, whether they're bylaw calls or even, a taxation call could go through the service request tool that opens a ticket-like matter that time, material, and equipment can be tracked too. We had a tool that we used mostly in operations for time, equipment, and materials, but that could be deployed throughout the corporations. We have not had this conversation at the SMT level of how this tool could be powerful for the entire corporation. We are just at the very early onset of implementation of the financial piece, and the building permitting piece is, I would say, maybe 60% done as well. And as council is aware, we just deployed the very first phase of the online portal. So everything's at the very onset of each of the facets of the modules. There's a lot more coming with this software. So the tool is available, purchased, and we would need a lot of resources to get it to produce the outputs that council is looking for today.
No, I'm going to go to Mr. Smith, then Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Coming from another level, not level government, coming from another municipality, we did actually go through a experiment over 2 years of tracking time. I will say I hated it personally. I work in government, not for business, and we also work for a government that reflected their not understood, was of the belief that some services such as planning was never going to pay for itself. Otherwise, the dollar figure to the average person would be astronomical in terms of recouping costs. And there are some in our communities who could cover off on a very hard number, and some who definitely could not. So it would be a detriment to those who even wanted to do the small businesses, small things that where we came back to recouping costs, which again goes back to this: we are a government and not a business. Yes, it's possible to track, and I know after 2 years they stopped doing it. It just became an exercise almost in frustration, whereas they went back and said, what does it cost us overall for our average number of applications to see where where we recoup from, and then for council to say, we want you to recoup X percentage, whether it's 99.9% of the percentage of your staff costs and so on and so forth from fees, or we want you to recoup 0.1% of your fees from of your costs from staff from applications. And again, that's relatively simple to do, as opposed to saying, okay, 9 to 9:15 application A, 9:15 to 9:30, talked on the phone, 9:30, 9:45, went to the bathroom, 9:45 to 10 o'clock, had a meeting with David, 10 o'clock to 10:15, worked on application A again. I know that's the way it's billed in a lot of businesses, but it is possible, but the numbers at the end of the day just add up backwards. What we have in total per year versus what we get by with in terms of revenue. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Personally, I feel that Councillor Hazelton's request does dovetail well into the community plan exercise that we're doing, and I'd also like to understand the costs associated with applications and whether or not we are drastically undervaluing our costs, or whether or not we are roughly in and around where we should be. Mr. Smith, rest assured, I do not want to know the timing of your bathroom breaks. So with that being said, I understand, and Ms. Boudiette, I can understand that ERPs can take quite a bit of time to ramp up and become operable. There's many different modules, and they're going to take time to deploy. The app that I was considering is very simple, very inexpensive, is something that can be done very quickly. And it was just a suggestion to determine whether or not proactively going forward, that's going to be helpful from a data standpoint when we come back to staff requesting data in the future. But with that being said, thank you.
Thank you. I think we should actually go for a vote here. So I need actually a seconder for Councillor Hazelton's motion. Councillor Graziano has put up his hand. If anybody else did, sorry, I saw his first. And I want to note the resolution paragraph. So I'll read it. It's whereas the township is currently wrestling with a very high cost and planning department, and whereas council has a fiduciary responsibility to the resident township, and whereas council does not have visibility into the total cost of each significant planning application, greater than 100,000 project value. Now therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to provide a township cost and township cost recovery summary on a quarterly basis so the council can consider the appropriateness of our fee structure. And I think what I like about that last sentence is we're asking them for a cost and cost recovery summary. And I would trust staff to give us the detail they can as opposed to detail they can't, because we are going to sometime this year review our fee structure for planning, because that happens every year. And that we would like to have some information in order to review. So, and we know that staff have already said that our planning fees will probably go up. Therefore, they have to defend that. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. Oh, Ms. Boutiette, you want to make a final remark?
Through your worship, I do. I think we don't have the capacity to provide this summary, especially on a quarterly basis. There will be forever timing differences. There are invoices that come in 2-3 months behind sometimes. So when we usually get a deposit, for example, on the applications, some applications are open 18-24 months. So the deposits received at the onset, the fees come in throughout 18 months. So council's going to see, I'm using my spreadsheet brain, council's going to see some expenditures per quarter. The revenue is already way in the past, so we're not going to be reporting on those revenues. They're not in the current quarter. And then, you know, at the end, we're going to say, okay, now you owe us another $500. So we're going to send a bill for $500. That's pretty much the $3,000 that we got a deposit on, less the $3,500 it cost us, plus our 10% administrative fee. So we bill them for $500. So the revenue is going to come in, you know, 18 months later. I don't have any tool at the moment to give council to make this motion successful.
Okay, I don't want to talk about this any longer because we've been going on and on. I mean, as I said, we're going to ask for a township cost and recovery summary on a quarterly basis. And if that means the first report is really general, if that's the best that you can do, that's the best you can do. Councillor Cooper.
The other thing we could do is just, what we're trying to do is get a 10,000 foot picture here. Could we not look at a year ago, 2022, and say, here's our costs, here's our expenditure at 10,000 feet, as opposed to, and then going forward, maybe we look quarterly, but in the meantime, I think we're just trying to get a high level understanding, aren't we?
No.
Yeah, I think that's all it is. Thank you.
Okay, no, Mr. Smith, can you be very brief? Because I want to move on, because I think we've discussed this five times over.
Councillor Cooper, I think, you know, hit for me on the head. You know, 10,000 foot, we can do. And you don't want to look at last year's numbers because they charge you $185 an hour. My staff cost you under 60. So where do you want to divide what by what? So there's where we start coming back into the problem with numbers, gentlemen. So
fair enough. All right, all those in favor? And that is carried. I want to go home for dinner. But in the meantime, we've been here 2 hours. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break, and then we'll finish off this meeting. Thank you. haul this back together, folks. Councillor Hazelton, you're on, unless I'm corrected by our clerk. I'm going to try to this time say when you're on, you're actually on, and that would be 13B, planning application site visits. Sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, our manager of planning, director of planning, whatever, Mr. Smith, told us last meeting that we needed to give him explicit direction regarding the concept of safe site visits and complete applications. And so what I've done here is I've extracted a key paragraph that was in the notes section of the staff report last time. That's in the quotes in the middle there, unless waived by the director, blah, blah, blah. A safe site visit may not be possible in winter, etc. And so I wanted to bring forward that explicit direction that was requested. So that's really where this resolution is coming from. So we acknowledge we have seasonal weather where it may inhibit staff's ability to have a safe on-site visit. And so I guess there is one self-amendment that I might want to add to this, and that is the last statement, the council authorizes the director of planning or their designate to waive the requirement for a site visit at their discretion. And I think that given what we know about water only access properties, I think we wouldn't want to exclude water only access properties from that.
Sorry, I didn't understand that last. You want?
So the we potentially will authorize the director of planning or their designate to waive the requirement for a site visit at their discretion, excluding water only access properties.
Water access.
So your intention is that the director of planning would not have the right to waive a site visit to water access only properties?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now discussion time. Councillor Cooper, did I see Councillor Predko's hand? Councillor Cooper followed by Councillor Predko. Councillor Cooper followed by Councillor Predko, please.
Yeah, so with respect to water access, or we could even go further and say waterfront, but also I am also concerned about this is a good resolution, but I am concerned that we should not be waiving anything whereby we're talking about properties that are very unique, that any activity on the shoreline can impact water quality, and that's the water that people drink. And I think we need to be sure that we understand when we're giving approvals that they're by far the best approvals. And it could be as simple as somebody putting in an application to have a cottage in a location, and it really would be better to have the septic system where the cottage is to be located. And I understand the building department and planning department have to work together, but I would feel very uncomfortable about waiving site inspection regardless of the weather. I think a site inspection is when we're looking after the environment, and it's our #1 priority, that we not waive inspections. I just think it would be a very unfortunate thing to have happen. Thank you.
Councillor Predko followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. And with this resolution, I was on board, but I'm not sure about the last minute amendment, because I think that changes the resolution substantially. So I do think we have situations where weather may impede, and but the weather would impede water access cottages more often than road access cottages. So if the authority to waive the requirement is excluded from water access cottages, I don't think we then have a poor weather clause that's at the beginning. So I would be inclined to stick with the original resolution and not make mention of the water access properties.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
If I recall the discussion correctly, there was a big issue over the availability of staff to make visits. At the time, we were desperately short on staff to be able to do that type of thing. I realize that situation is slowly changing and may yet change more, and staff may be available. If you'd asked me a year ago, I would have said a site visit is mandatory. It's extremely important, particularly in the water-based community. However, I think we've got to trust our planning department to determine whether a site visit is in fact required or needed. I say that realizing that I think our planning director, our acting planning director, was asking for more explicit direction. So I'm going to have a hard time with this, but I think a visit is important. I don't know that it should be mandatory. And that's sort of where I am right now on this. I appreciate this being brought forward. I think we needed to discuss it. But again, my concept is I don't know that every site visit is required for every application.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the comments only. I'm under the belief that well, first of all, our planners are professional people, and we entrust them to make decisions based on their credibility and their profession. So I think if our director of planning or our manager of planning receives pictures, surveys, videos, evidence showing that he has the ability to make a decision, then he should have the right to make that decision. If we make it mandatory, we're going to be dealing with two people have to do the site visit, somebody from planning and somebody to make it health and safety applicable. You need a boat, additional staff time, and added risk of putting our staff in a boat and putting them out on the water for no necessary reason. If you have the video evidence, the drone footage, whatever. So basically, I think it should be at the call of the manager or the director of planning that either he has enough evidence to make a decision, or if not, he can demand that he does a site visit to get the necessary information. Again, you know me, too many roadblocks. I want to try and alleviate a lot of them and reduce the staff time spent on these things. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I mean, Councillor Bocek put it brilliantly. I don't disagree. I think we should defer to our planners as subject matter experts during the pre-consult phase. I'm sure that they will determine whether or not they wish to have a on-site consult done or conducted. I also do agree and understand Councillor Hazelton's request specifically on making sure that we do a site review on all facets of or all building, planning applications. My question to build on top of Councillor Bocek is whether we can incentivize the homeowner to provide us with the details that we need so we can save on labor costs and costs associated with dispatching two of our planning staff to go out and see these, these locations, while also expediting applications specifically and not prejudicing those that are on islands during the winter months. And so perhaps that could look like a discount on the costs associated with planning applications. And I know that we're undergoing a study now to determine whether we are undervalued or not. But providing them with information of what we need from them if they wish to receive some kind of incentive in order for them to submit that information back to our planning department and have our planning department review it, such as pictures, drone footage, so on and so on. And it would be at the discretion of our planning department, to whether or not the information provided is satisfactory, and B, to apply the discount to them, given that they've now saved us a substantial amount of time and cost associated with dispatching a roll call. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I was all prepared to support this motion with the question of one word. But I find that by putting in the excluding water access only properties, I have real difficulty with it. And the reason I have real difficulty with it is that planning applications come in all shapes and sizes and flavors and whatnot. And some of them don't need a site visit, in my opinion, because they're either very small or they may be more of a renovation on the same footprint, or they may be not affecting anything. It could be a property that already has a site plan control document on it because they did a renovation 3 years ago or 8 years ago, who knows? So it's, to me, we need to allow our director of planning or designate to decide what is required for a complete application. And I would fully expect in numerous cases, they would require a site visit, because there's only so much you can tell from pictures, and one good example might be if they're planning a septic system. Walking the land gives you a heck of a lot better idea where there might be a mantle to absorb, or there's just straight rock and a shot. Photographs from the shore or out on a boat isn't going to tell you that. Other examples, basically, I cannot support this resolution with the change proposed. So I'll go back to Councillor Hazelton.
I was aiming at perfection, but given what I'm hearing,
Okay. I'm going to have to mention mealtime more often. All right. Given that, if Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Cooper have additional remarks, or are your hands still up?
I get tired of people.
Oh, okay. Just hold it up like so. Councillor Cooper's down. The only other question I have, you want?
I just took my hand down because I thought.
Oh, Councillor Cooper, please.
But then you have to turn your microphone on.
Thank you, Brian. Very much. I'm happy to leave this out, but I really want to encourage our Director of Planning to use very, very distinct waiving or not. And the reason I say this is that out in Georgian Bay, especially during the winter months, it would apply to 6 Mile Lake or any of the inland lakes as well. If you can't see the ground and there are slopes and crevices, and I mean, it's unbelievable. This isn't Severn Heights. That's like a farmer's field. This isn't Markham. This is a very different kettle of fish. And I think it's important for us to remember that. And I also would encourage our director to think about things like photographs can be very deceiving, and especially when the topography is so unique and each property practically is completely different. And I'll relate a very short story. Our former CAO, Gunby, I took her out on the bay one time, and on the way back, we went down the main channel more or less from my area into the Honey Harbor area, and we went by an island that was called Island 195. If you've ever heard of it, it's a neat one because it cost the township something like $300,000, having given all sorts of approvals that we shouldn't, with photographs, I will add. And when I took CAO Gunby by that, and I think she may have been initially working in the planning department when this application came forward, when I took her by and showed her what this island was like, she said, well, that's not anything like the photographs. I said, well, you can do anything with a photograph if you take it from the right angle and shoot it up the shore and say, oh, look at how high that island is. You know, it's only 10 feet high. So I think it's important to know that this isn't cookie cutter. This isn't off Port Severn or in Severn Heights. Out there, it's very unique, and I would encourage our Director of Planning to be very judicious about waiving certain things, especially using photographs or drones or you name it. Walk the ground, and be able to walk the ground means also having no snow. And so I don't know how to ensure that to happen other than to encourage that. And as we go forward, I realize that we're doing this partially because we're backed up, but I hope that going forward 6 months or a year from now that we pull that proviso, that we say site visits are required. Maybe a waterfront or a water access, however you want to word it. If it's rural and or urban and there's no waterfront, that's a different kettle of fish. So thank you.
Well, I think that what this resolution is doing, this motion rather, is that it's basically saying that site visits are mandatory unless, in other words, the mandatory part is the default, unless the Director of Planning can come up with a reason to waive it. And the reason might be because it's a cookie cutter lot in back here, if there is such a thing.
And I think that would be terrific. Yeah. And that would be terrific. And I would just encourage, I don't know how much time David has spent out in Georgia Bay, but it probably takes anywhere from 5 to 15 years to understand that animal. It ain't easy. Thanks.
Mr. Smith, you'd like to respond?
I won't say it's certainly not the final word. Council has the final word, obviously. I don't think you can afford what you want, Councillor Cooper. There's just not enough people, not enough time to do. I would love to do that, but you wouldn't want to see the size of your planning department in order to do these visits, wherever time of the year they may be, in order to get everything done the way it's backing up at the moment and the way it has been backed up. You can't afford it. Sorry, your ratepayers can't afford it. Even I think they're the rich ones when you start getting down to it. And those who are in the lower quartile for things, they certainly wouldn't be able to afford the rates. And if you wanted a planning department that recouped its fees based on site visits on everything. So yeah, I would love to go out and about 5 days a week and just, I wouldn't say putter up and down Georgia Bay or the lakes in order to do those things, but the staff time and all the rest of the resources required to do so is enormous in that. And I don't think the overall that the dollar figures overall would bear that out. And but of course that you have control of the budget at the end of the day. And as you know, the costings going forward as we talk about fees. So thank you.
Mr. Smith, just for your information, back in the days when we were more fully staffed, most applications included site visits.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That's going to be my comment.
Beat you to it.
Thank you.
But having said all that, any other discussion? Councillor Cooper, can I call you the seconder on this motion? Sure. Thank you. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas council acknowledges seasonal weather and the time of year may hinder staff's ability to complete on-site visits for planning department applications. And whereas council acknowledges the importance of staff safety. Now therefore be it resolved that council require a mandatory site visit by staff for all planning department applications. And that council directs a site visit to be conducted by staff for an application to be deemed complete. And the council authorized the director of planning or their designate to waive the requirement for a site visit at their discretion. All those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Okay. 13D. That is, can I look for volunteers to move and second this? Councillor Graziano and Councillor Jarvis. Thank you. There you go. The motion is whereas the tri-council was moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, whereas the tri-council was formed between Wautaw Mohawks, Township of Muskoka Lakes and the District of Muskoka to establish a working group for the renaming of the Muskoka Road 38. And whereas February 28th, 2023, the Tri-Council endorsed the name Kanakihaka Ayohatachi, which translates into Mohawk People Road, as recommended by the Wata Mohawks. Be it resolved that council fully endorses the renaming of Muskoka Road 38 to Kanakihaka Ayohatachi. Any discussions or comments? Councilor Cooper.
I support this, and I would just like to hear Councilor Jarvis repeat that, please.
Your report, by the way, has a link to hearing somebody pronounce it, and I've done it over and over and over again, and I'm still not there, but we're working on it. Councilor Bocek, please, followed by Councilor Predko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just wondering if it would be possible to bring to your meeting the fact that it would be important that the signage state the new name and also formally known as Muskoka Road 38, because I think it'll be some time before Google Maps and everybody else gets up to speed with this, and people traveling through the area might be confused. So
I've been advised, by the way, is that if this is put into place and gets all the appropriate approvals from the Tri-Council members plus the province, the effective date has been proposed to be September 30th. I have been advised that all these signs that the district will have on the road will have the new name as well as number 38 on them, so that there would be double referenced, if I can put it that way. So that number, it's like so many other roads in our area. They do have a district road number, but we know them by their local name. White Falls Road, South Bay Road, for two examples. And so this would have a name, which it doesn't have now at all, but the number 38 would also still remain.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just like to comment that on the road to reconciliation, this is really an important step. I know how important it is to the Wata territory. And hopefully the district and the township can find more ways in the future to help move reconciliation forward.
Thank you. I should add that this motion is in front of council, basically at the request of Chief Philip Franks. All those in favor? Sorry, did you want to? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that has passed unanimously. Sorry, Ms. Schneider, did you want to make an additional remark?
Thank you, Worship. I was just wondering whether or not there was going to be a similar initiative for 12 Mile Bay Road.
Possibly. Would you like to initiate it? And
I don't have any authority to initiate it, but I just wanted to find.
On Wednesday, we will be meeting with the chief among other people, so we can ask.
Absolutely. This resolution can go forward because we are having the meeting on Wednesday. I'm just not sure whether or not you want to try to get another resolution on the table that you would be willing to endorse.
But we don't, I'd rather not, simply because this is endorsing a name that we, after a almost year-long process.
Right.
So I think we should ask whether the Moose,
Chief
to your
Williams
point.
Lovett wants it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, with all that, I have we don't have a mover and shaker on these. Okay. If I'm going to have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. And well, if you really don't speak, be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2023-029 being a parking bylaw amendment. All those in favor? That's the whole thing. That's carried unanimously in spite of the objection of Councillor Jarvis, who did vote in favor. Councilor Graziano.
Point of clarity, is this the bylaw that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
There was one point of clarity that I wanted to ask if I can very, very quickly. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like our bylaw officers are available. I'm not sure if staff are aware, or perhaps our CAO is aware. Would the costs of the new signage be incurred by the township for these bylaw or the parking within Oak Bay?
See, Mariotti.
Thank you. Through you, Makutsia. So the road is a private road, and so the cost of the signs would be borne by the condo corp.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's carried. Closed session. Now, council, we have a closed session that would be to move the council minutes of February 13th and review the legal files listing, or which I'm advised there hasn't been that much change since we last reviewed it. So one option we have, if you are open to it, there might be a pun there, is not to go into closed, but simply in open, approve the minutes if there's no discussion that requires, if there's no, we can't discuss them in open because there could be content that should be closed. Okay. I'm putting your name down. Whoop, nope.
No, it's mine.
Oh, all right. So I have. Okay. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts February 13th, 2023 closed council minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Therefore, all those resolutions were going in and out of close aren't going to happen, though we thank Councillor Cooper for moving them. Okay. Now, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-030 to confirm the proceedings of the March 6, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Question of clarity, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
I had to exit the last closed session meeting and couldn't reconnect. So for me to approve the minutes of the last closed meeting would be highly hypocritical. And I think maybe we should have, or maybe I should ask Clerk Way, is it okay that I second the motion since I wasn't in attendance?
I believe you were in attendance because this is the one from February, not the one from last week.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Our clerk's on it, isn't she? Okay, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Are you ready for this one? Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 3:37 p.m. until April 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Aren't we going to be meeting on March 30th?
Oh, the 28th.
Or March 28th? Okay. I'm going to change that to March 28th because that's when we're having a training or strategic planning session. I better do that again. So now I'm going to say, be it resolved, the council is now adjourned at 3:37 p.m. until March 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Of course, tomorrow morning, we do a planning council at 9 a.m. because we can't get enough of this.